Hi Ali, can I start the screen sharing?
Yeah, go ahead. We are streaming live on Facebook. All right, recruitment staffing team, you are on the clock.
Hello everyone, this is Prashanti Ketreddy. I am data warehouse developer. This is my first project developing, recruiting and staffing data mart. So today I am the presenter of this project. Horacio is the, I would like to say thank you to Horacio who has implemented this final model. So the project overview, in this project, we will be creating a data warehouse for the company that takes care of Fortune 500 companies to help the business understand how to monitor this process more closely and give them the ability to really see what's going on. The problem is here, the same piece of data exists in the multiple places in the database, causing data inconsistency, which provides the company with unreliable and or meaningless information. The data structure, the data give us has no indexes, no primary keys, no relationships with any other tables within the database. The summary of this project is, in this project, we have designed a Galaxy schema model for the data warehouse based on the business requirement document we gathered. The data is normalized after securing the approval for the model. Then it was loaded into a staging database where we have implemented the ETL cycle to take it to an OLAP destination and documented the process along the way. This is data redundancy is a condition. It's the same piece of data is held in two or separate places. Like for example, if we take here the span table and the ends table, the data, the columns like category, map, city, state, and country is the same, repeating in the both tables. So what's our solution for this? It's a normalization. So normalization is the process of organizing the tables and columns in a relational database to reduce redundancy and preserve data integrity. It's a normalization commonly used to eliminate redundant data, to decrease table sizes and improve processing speed and efficiency. So minimize errors and anomalies from data modifications in like inserting, updating, or deleting records. Simplify queries and structure the database for the meaningful analysis. A tip here, in a normalized database, each table should serve a distinct and specific purpose like location, category, supplier, etc. Here are some of the redundant example of redundant data. Here we see the requisition ID is on all the tables like agri labor IDs, like activity, shortlisting order, and here as well the category, mapped category, requisition title, and the city are all these redundant data in some of the tables. Some of the examples of the redundant data, like the category and the city here in all these tables. So like models like generally contains two types of tables. So the fact and dimensions. Fact tables contains numbers or values with ID or key that can be used to create table relationships. As dimensions table consists mainly of descriptive attributes that are textual fields. So this is approved final model. This model is with dim and fact tables. All fact tables are like fact rec, fact hiding, and fact spend are surrounded by all the dim tables. Here, the requisition model. Before explaining about this model, some of the key terms here are rec. Rec is the job, and distributors are the vendors, are suppliers. Here in fact rec, we have like we can calculate like a number of rejected candidates, number of number of shortlisted candidates, number of vendors respond, numbers of vendor distributed. So in job rec, we have the company codes, job name, and all the coordinator names, job owners. As I said, rec is the job, and this job create date and the job close date. Next is the job category table. In this category table, we have all the categories of the jobs and the functional org, divisions and subdivisions, and the levels of the jobs. In distributors tables, we have the requisition IDs and the candidate IDs and candidate status, close comments, and candidate submit date, candidate reject date, candidate reject, and the last interview dates, and about the candidates. This is about the rec location where the jobs are available, like the job location and the personal area and the address of the job, city, state, and zip code. And so how clients identify the hiring need? So the clients approaches the vendors through the system. So vendors has the candidates. So they reach the clients through the system. So this is the raw data we have received, and this has a lot of redundant data in the tables. This is how we store the. These are the steps to store the data in the database. This is the OLAP database that has dimension tables and fact tables. Before loading data to these tables, we have done data cleaning and manipulations and load the data to OLAP database, which has dimensions and fact tables. In OLAP, we have 3 fact tables and 10 dimension tables. So here, the fact rec is connected to the dim job rec and dim rec distributor. So based on the relationships, we can slice and dice the data like number of vendors responded, number of accepted interviews, number of confirmed interviews, and like that. So the fact here, the fact table is connected to the distributor and the worker. So based on the relationship as well, like we can slice and dice the data, like number of candidates hired, candidate status and unfilled positions, number of accepted, number of positions requested. Yes, this is a spend table. Spend table. It tells about this is connected with the 6 dimension tables, and based on the relationships we can slice the data, like a tax amount, invoice amount, vendor invoice amount, billable hours, like that. So, yeah, as I said earlier, the model was implemented and I have the OLAP model in place. I am still in the process to load the data into OLAP. My next step would be loading the OLAP through SSIS packages. That's all. Thank you.
All right. Anybody have any questions for Prasanthi? All right. Fantastic.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. We are looking at
just this one. Yes.
All right, next up we have mock critique. That stands for instructor mock interview critique. You guys are on the, well, you can go ahead and get started whenever you're ready.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen. Okay. All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Lenora Tata, and today I'm going to talk about the Colaberry mock interview critique project. Generally, I know everyone is here in Colaberry for different reasons, and one thing I'm pretty sure about that I can put my life on the line for is we're all here because we want to get a job. Eventually, all of us want to get a job, and not just any kind of job, but good jobs also. And also to be able to land these jobs, it's important that we are ready for the interviews that come with these jobs. And so Colaberry makes sure that we are ready for these interviews by creating what is called mock interviews. And these mock interviews are done by mentors and mentees. Mentees are students and mentors are alumni and teachers who have more experience in the field. And so in these mock interviews, what our mentors do is they cover questions that eventually we're going to be asked in interviews in real life. And so this is to help us prepare for these interviews. And so they have and so the purpose of, and so our job on this project was to put together the scores from these interviews to see how prepared the interviewers and the interviewees, and not to confuse you, interviewers are mentors and interviewees are mentees. And so right after an interview, survey questions are sent by Colaberry to both the interviewer and the interviewee for them to assess and evaluate each other. And these numbers from these survey questions are gathered in SQL Server, where we on this project take this information and this data from SQL Server into Power BI desktop, where we create visualizations and KPIs to make sense out of these numbers so that we can see how well the interviewers and the interviewees are doing when it comes to being prepared for these interviews, and what ways we can talk to the interviewers and the interviewees to get better at what they're supposed to be doing. One of the challenges that we face during this process is sometimes the interviewers and the interviewees don't take the survey after their mock interviews. And so we tend to have incomplete surveys. And we also have situations where people take the survey, but they don't answer all the questions. And so we have gaps here and there. And then you also have people that spell their names wrongly, or their mentor's name wrongly, or their mentee's name wrongly, and it causes duplicate data. However, this is what our data model looks like in Power BI Desktop. Our main table is the IMOC interview critique table, but eventually we got to create the interviewee deem table and the interviewer deem table and a date deem table to make our data work better. This is what our first dashboard looks like. This is the overall dashboard. It is, it's broken down into 3 pieces. You have interview activity, interviewee activity, and the interviewer activity. And this is how we've broken it down into the main KPIs that we're trying to show, which is interviews per day and the percentage of interviewees answered or the percentage of interviewers answered, as well as the interviewee net promoter score and the interviewee score, as well as the interviewer net promoter score and the interviewer score. My team members are going to go more in depth about these numbers and what they mean. And so I'm going to hand it over to Padmaja to continue.
Thank you for the introduction, Lenora. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Padmaja. As part of our project, I am going to show you the next part of our dashboard, which is interview activity. The interview activity had 3 KPIs. They are interviews per day, percentage of interviewee answered, and percentage of interviewers answered. So the first KPI, interviews per day, we have created this KPI based on number of interviews by number of days. And the second KPI, percentage of interviews answered. This KPI we have created based on number of surveys taken by interviewers by number of interviews. And the third KPI we have created based on number of surveys taken by interviewers and number of interview count. So these KPIs are displaying the how interviewees and it means the mentees and mentors are taking the surveys. So the visual is showing the pattern of percentage of mentors and mentees in the time period. If you see in the March 2020, it went down because of COVID-19. So it's affected by COVID-19. So then if you see it goes up and it is going up now in June and July, so it is up. So it means it is back on the track. Thank you. My teammate Amra will continue the presentation.
Thank you, Padmaja. Hi, everyone. My name is Amara, and I'm going to go over the interviewer activity dashboard. The purpose of this dashboard is to be able to know how well the interviewers are doing during their interviews with their mentees. And we have 2 KPIs on this dashboard. The first one is the interviewer net promoter score, which is the promoters minus the detractors. So the promoters are those mentees that rated the interviewer between 9 and 10, while the detractors are those that rated the interviewer between 0 and 6. So we subtracted the promoters from the detractors to be able to get the net promoter score. And the goal for this net promoter score is a 55. But for this month, we have 22.05, which means the goal wasn't met. And the next KPI we have on this dashboard is the interviewer score, which is the average of the interviewer's net promoter score, experience, and preparedness. So we multiply that together to be able to get the interviewer score. And the goal for this interviewer score is 80. And the interviewers did 92.46, which means the goal was met. And we have a scatter plot that shows the interviewer score, the interviewer net promoter score, and the number of survey being taken by each interviewer. So we did a color formatting to be able to know the interviewers that met their goal and those that didn't meet their goal. Like the green bubble shows those that met both the goal for net promoter score and the goal for interviewer score, while the yellow bubble shows those that met only the interviewer score but did not meet their goal for net promoter score. The other chart shows the top 10 interviewer by the net promoter score. The next dashboard is the interviewee activity. This interviewee activity, just like the interviewer dashboard, explains how well the interviewees are doing during their interviews with their mentors. So we have the net promoter score for the interviewee, which we also have a goal of 55. The interviewee did 4.35 and the goal wasn't met. And their net promoter score, they did 81%, while their goal is 80 and the goal was met. That means most of the interviewee were, they did good in communication, technical knowledge, and confidence. The next page is on this first chart, we have the interviewer score, interviewer net promoter score, and the number of survey being taken, interviewee, not interviewee score, interviewee net promoter score, and the number of survey being taken by each interviewee. So we did, we have a color formatting. The green bubble shows the interviewee that met both their net promoter score goal and the interviewee score goal, while the yellow bubbles shows those that met only their interviewee score but did not meet the net promoter score goal, while the red are those that didn't meet both the interviewee score goal and their interviewee score goal. The next chart shows the top 10 interviewee by their net promoter score. So this is what we've done so far on both dashboard. We're still working on improving our dashboard. I'm going to hand over now to Lenora to conclude the presentation. Thank you.
So that's the end of our presentation. I'm going to head over to our dashboard and just show you the functionality. Right now, the dashboard is set on this month, which is July. And so you can see all this data is based off of July. So in the month of July, we have 2.5 interviews per day. This is the percentage of interviewees that have answered, like after the mock interview, they've done the survey. This is the percentage of them. So you can see that interviewers are doing better than interviewees, as well as net promoter score and the interviewee score. And so if I click on June or May, you see how the data is going to change based off of that month. And you can see the month of May. This is the data for the month of May. And right now, one of the challenges we're facing is we're trying to change this goal into the score of the previous month. So if I click on May, I want to be able to set this goal to the score that we had in April so that we compare our numbers based off of the previous month. But we're really struggling with that. If there's anybody that can help us with that, we'll pay you, even if it's $1 million. We got you.
Right.
So thank you. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
All right, she's paying, y'all.
I have a quick question.
Yeah, sure.
Your scatter plot that you have, I saw the changing in color and everything like that. Is that a dynamic change, or is it just a hard-coded
Hello.
8 and 50 whatever in there?
Yeah, it's hard coded. Like we said, we're trying to change those into the score of the previous month, but that's what we're still struggling with. We're not able to make it dynamic, and so that's what we're working on right now. Because our goals are pretty, we pretty much said equals to 80 and equals to 55, but we would like to make it more dynamic.
Okay.
Ron, did you have a question?
Yeah, I do. So in the dashboard, when we go there, there is like a 0%. I'm just curious.
Here is is this what you're talking about?
Yep.
So here the net promoter score is 0 because when you subtract detractors from promoters, which is how we got the number, it's a 0, meaning we had the same number of promoters as detractors.
But I mean, that looks pretty bad, right? When you put 0 on a net promoter score, that's like nobody wants us.
No, that's the net promoter score of the interviewee. So the question is, would the interviewer recommend the interviewee to hiring managers and friends, right? And so if we track this over time, we can see over time, are the mentees getting better or are they getting worse?
So how do we know, like when you look at 0?
Well, take your filter off. So that was just for the month of May. So for current month is 4.35, and then the trend you see in the background is month over month, is the monthly trend. So
that means, like, I'm really confused. Like, are the people getting better, or is it like, is the score like so worse that it just doesn't, it's like super confusing, because when I look at it, it's not informing me anything other than.
Well, 4.35 is the current month, and then you look, that's the far right number in your background chart. So if you go back, you look at previous month. Is it on the left or right, Lenore?
On the left.
Okay, so 4.35 is the furthest value to the left. So you can see over 1, it went down. So that's your 0 that you were looking at last month. So actually we're up from last month, okay? But if you go back 1 more month, that means that we were up around 4 or 5 points the previous month. And then the previous month before that, we were even higher. So it's gone down and then it's dipped up.
So how do I know whether it's good or bad?
Well, eventually we'll set goals. Well, we have a goal of 55. So that's what our target would be.
Okay, it looks like way far.
Yeah, well, we're just analyzing the data. We haven't gotten a chance to put it in the business and the manager's hands so they can monitor this and make adjustments. That's why we're building the dashboard.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's so, and you are saying that we have like both negative and positive. It's not just 0 to 10 type of thing, or 0 to 100 type of thing.
No, you got to look up Net Promoter Score. It's a pretty popular KPI that companies use. It's based around the question, how likely are you to recommend this, whether it be a person or a product? In our case, we use person. How likely is the interviewee likely to recommend the interviewer? And then we also ask the interviewer, how likely are you to recommend the interviewee? once the interviewee gets to the point where the interviewer would recommend them, that means they're ready for the job, right? So this is, part of it's looking at a whole, but when you go to the other parts of the dashboard, you'll be able to break down the score and see which interviewees have high NPS scores, which will show you which ones are closer to being ready to get their offer letter. They're just one interview away. So this is a collection of everybody. You're gonna have a lot of people that are new, that aren't as good, that are just starting off, but then you're gonna have your group of people that are, like I said, one interview away.
Okay. I mean, I guess we need to kind of rethink about how do we show this data, like especially if somebody looks from externally, it looks like pretty bad, right?
I mean, this is, sorry to cut you off.
What were you saying?
I was trying to say this is the general number, like Ali said, this is for all the interviewees, but usually you can also click here on each individual interviewee, and then you see their individual score. So this is going to change based off of each interviewee. Oops.
So Lenora, I'm not disputing the idea of we have a score, right?
Yeah.
What I'm suggesting is we need to kind of like take a step back and think about it and what's the appropriate way to kind of present it, right?
Okay.
And so basically you're saying, oh, we're going to bundle up everybody in the system and somehow like produce the score, and the score includes somebody who just joined the program and somebody who is almost ready to complete the program, right? And we're going to bundle up everybody and like put a score. Obviously for somebody who just joined the program, the score is going to be probably nothing, and who is completing it, the score is going to be high. And here the goal is 55. How are you going to get there unless you take a step back and really see how do we like really
well, Ron,
slice and dice it. No, wait. Let me complete. I'm not trying to argue anything here. What I'm saying, I'm giving you feedback, right? So this numbers, the way we look at it must be relooked and changed, and probably figure out how to make it better, or maybe slice and dice it. I don't know, but it's something. It's something that I should give.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, Ron. This is only at the company level. Okay, when you go to the tabs in the top right, that's where you start breaking these KPIs down and start seeing how they work across different dimensions. Okay, you're just looking at the overview, everything at the highest level right now. So when you go to those other reports, those are where you break down the KPIs and understand how they're affected.
Yeah, I know, absolutely. So I'm saying like, okay, even at highest level, we may have to look at an opportunity to maybe spread it out into 3 different NPS, right? Depending on the stage of the training. So that way I kind of know how many of them are in my top, I don't know, 90%, and how many are top 20%, how many are like next 30%, and how many are below, right? That's a better information than basically saying that, well, aggregate everything and you're going to be 4.3.
All right, so Lenora, write that down. There'll be something to add to your details.
All right, got it.
Yeah, am I making sense, Lenora? Like right now, I look
at
it.
It makes sense. Like, it makes a lot of sense.
I looked at it. I'm like 0%. Oh my God, what am I doing? What am I doing? Right? It's not. It's like, and anybody who looks at it's like, what's wrong with this company? It's 0% or 4.35%. But that's not the truth. The truth really is okay. Oh,
okay, I think we can work on like a drill down where if you see 0 and you're like, why do we have 0? And you click on it, it'll take you to the interviewee page.
I don't want to, what I'm saying is I don't want to see the 0. Instead, we want to be able to say these are the top 20% that are ready to go, right? These are
Okay.
the top. These are the next 30%, which are coming, which are going to get to the top 20 like pretty soon, and the others are falls into this, right? And so basically, give me the average of this top 20, give me the average of this next 30%, and then give me the average of the rest.
Okay.
That's more informative for me or for the team to make the business decision, because whoever is responsible to push the students out, they would go and take a look at it and say, oh well, okay, top 20%, boom, let's work with you. And then the rest of them, they're like, okay, they're getting ready, do we need to provide any additional resources for them to push forward? And then who is less than that, either they're because they're just started, or we basically need to do some intervention, or we don't know, like it's basically allows to make that kind of judgment calls.
All right. Thank you
No
for
problem.
your feedback.
All right, awesome. Thank you, Lenora. All right, next up, Airbnb, New York. You guys can go ahead and start sharing and get started as soon as you're ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Usayan Deago, and in today's presentation, we're going to be talking about Airbnb, New York, and just a little information for us. This project, we had kind of deployed it before now, but we had a meeting with Ali, and Ali was able to point out some of improvement that we need to make on this project. So we have some work in progress when it comes to this project. So I'm pretty sure that in our next presentation, we're going to be using our PowerPoint, our new PowerPoint. But for today's presentation, we'll be using previous PowerPoint. And Airbnb, is an online marketplace which lets people rent out their properties or their spare rooms to guests. And New York is the third largest Airbnb market in the world, and it's also one of the oldest. So the data sets include important information about host, geographical availability, the necessary price and metric, to make predictions and draw conclusions. Then this analysis compare the average price and the average of the nights of all the type of rooms for the previous years to the recent year. Then it also shows top 10 neighborhood, where average price are the highest.
We still see your opening slide. We still see only your opening slide.
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
So you see what?
We only see your opening slide. Are you still on your opening slide? Or
yes. Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. So it compares in a percentage average price of different kind of rooms in 5 neighborhood group of New York. And the year in view here is year 2000 and will be year 2011 to 2019. Then it shows that price reduction in the number of rooms booked when compared to monthly booking. It shows an incremental rise in the number of rooms booked, though it is not at the rate in which we desire. Then it's also recommended that in order to sustain the current price, because any price reduction will not be desirable. Then if we go to our next slide, which is our problem statement, we also discovered that in some of the neighborhoods in New York, that they were all not performing at the same rate. Like we had a neighborhood that we call Queens, whereby we discovered that the average minimum night decreased, the monthly review and listening per person. So we want to measure and analyze, this problem. Then we also noticed that the average minimum night has decreased by 44.24% when we compare it to the previous year. Then we also noticed that our average monthly review also decreased by 53.91%. That's in that month when we compare to previous months. Then our average listing per person also decreased by 44.3 when we now also compare it to the previous year. Then if we move to the next slide, we also came up with our KPI, which is our key performance indicators. And in our KPI, we had the average room rate, we had the average monthly reviews, we had the total number of reviews, we have total and average listing per person, then we have average minimum nights. Then when we move to the next slide, we were able to come up with our fat and dimension table, and our fat table was our Airbnb, whereby we came up with through the DAX, which is data analysis expression, able to do some calculation, came up with some calculated measures. Then we have our dimension tables that will help us to slice and dice fat table. Then when we move to the next slide, because of we doing this project, we had challenges, which is normal. And some of the challenges that we had was that we had misalignment of data in our columns. Like our room type column had a longitude column info, or price column has some room type info. Then we also have incomplete and unfiltered data. Then, because of this, it was difficult for us to be able to calculate our key performance indicators. So what we did when we saw that we had this problem, we had to get in touch with our DBA, and our DBA was able to update the table with the correct columns, then created our dim date table, and also transformed the data in our Power BI. Then because of doing all these, we were able to do a lot of research, and we became very creative, with our data. Those were how we were able to overcome that particular challenge. So I'll leave the rest of the time to my project or my team mates, who is Obioma, who will take time to talk about the rest part of the presentation.
Thank you, sir. Good day, everyone. My name is Nwabugo Obioma. Just like my co-project mate said, in this project, what we're going to discuss right now is the key insights. In the course of this, our report or projects, we had both negative and positive insights. But right now, we're going to look at the positive insight. And one of the KPIs that gave us a positive insight was the total room listing. We found out that in Manhattan, total room listing increased. And we noticed it when we are trying to compare our year versus year to year versus current year versus last year or previous year. Now we found out that when we compare 2017 to 2018, total room listing increased with over 100%. We also had it this same positive insight in the next slide with the same KPI, total room listing, where we are trying to compare 2018 and 2019. And the total room listing increased from 21,000 to 142,000. I mean, that is a quadruple increase in number. We can also say that we had negative insights, and that is taking us to the next slide. And in the next slide, the KPI that was responsible for us to be able to see negative insight was the average night and the average listing per person. We found out that average minimum nights and average listing per person decreased in Queen's neighborhood groups. When we looked at month of 2018, we found out that the average night and average listing per person decreased by 44.24% and 53.91% consecutively in that neighborhood group. I mean, this is not something to share about. And it's part of what we are going to look at when we are trying to give a suggestion. Going to the next slide, we also had another negative insight. And that one appeared in the Windsor Terrace neighborhood. We found out that average listing per person in 2017 decreased by 63.24%. It's equally not good again. It's another bad insight. So when we go to our dashboard, we're going to see how the final dashboard looks like. And from this final dashboard, we are going to make suggestions based on all we have done in this report, both from the negative insight and the positive insight. And in the next slide, which is our suggestion, we are trying to say, or we are trying to suggest that when there was reduction in the room prices, there was a noticeable increase in number of rooms listing. And we are encouraging that the host should maintain lower and competitive pricing for long term. The second suggestion we are trying to give, or we're trying to look at, is that neighborhood groups that are not performing optimally or that are not performing well should introduce different price promotions, such as length of stay based pricing. What do we mean? We are saying that if someone is staying for a longer period in the hotel, you need to give a discount or reduce the price a little bit so as to encourage the person to come back the next time. But if the person is going to stay the regular or the minimum length of stay, just maintain the normal average minimum price. Then we're also saying that the rooms that are not performing at high rates should also be improved upon. Their ambience, we should provide the guests with essential amenities such as a comfortable bed, towels, toiletries, and some complimentary refreshments. These are actually what attracts clients to come and lodge or stay in your hotel. Thank you, guys. This is what our report or our dashboard is all about.
All right, thank you. Anybody have any questions?
can we see some of the functionality of your report? Can can you filter some of the neighborhoods? Can we take a look at it?
Okay.
What do you mean when you say we should filter some of the neighborhoods? Like
The dashboard.
What are you trying to talk about?
Dashboard.
Bring the dashboard, sir.
The full dashboard. Can I see the full dashboard?
Yeah,
Can
that's
you
a dashboard.
filter your? Is that a still shot, or is it a live dashboard?
These are screenshots.
Okay.
Because and put into consideration what I said before, we've made some improvements even in our dashboard. But what I'm saying is that we worked on even our PowerPoint, and in our next presentation, we're going to be presenting with our new PowerPoint, whereby you're going to see our improved dashboard. Then you're going to see things like the year over year and so much more information than what you see right now. And that's what I said earlier when we started before the presentation, so that we all know that in our next presentation, yeah, we'll be having more information than what you see right now. I don't know if I answer your question.
Yeah, that's fine. I was just asking. I wasn't sure. I didn't know if it was a still picture or not. Okay.
All right, thank you. Class retention is up next. Class retention.
Hi, everyone. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Mika. Today, my team and I are here to talk about our class retention project, class retention rate project. My team members' names are Daniel Mahari, which is our project manager, Rita Moseski, and Hirut Bezat. So this is our agenda, and this is the skeleton of our presentation today. So to talk about overview of our project, the purpose of this project is to learn about the retention rate of the students for the different classes given by Colaberry School of Analytics. This will help the students identify the weak points where the most students drop out on a weekly basis and take measures. So what is retention rate? A retention rate is a percentage of new students that enroll in the same school of the following. The retention rate refers especially to new students that continue to stay in the same class until graduation. Class retention rates are an important gauge of any educational institution's success. It indicates the percentage of students who remain at an educational institution after they began studying there. A high retention rate suggests a school is supportive, enjoyable, and the workload is manageable. Especially at Colaberry, completion of classes, retention rates plays an important role in attracting new students. The purpose of our project is to collect data, teach students habits for success, develop goals, combine the strengths of all resources, improve students' success, and increase students' retention rates. Under ideal condition, institutes should have more than 90% of retention rate, producing high-skilled manpower who are fit to meet the everyday challenges in the field of their respective expertise. The goal is to retain students for as long as possible and get them placed. Why do we need a retention rate? If we care about Colaberry growth, Colaberry growth of the business, growth of the students, and growth of the staff, then we should care about class retention rate. Without class retention rate, Colaberry's students' success might not be accurate. So Colaberry follow few steps to calculate class retention rate KPIs. And my colleague Rita is going to explain all and take from here. Thank you, Mr. Ali, team, and everyone.
Thank you, Mikal. That was a great introduction, and you are a star. Hi, everyone. My name is Rita. Today I will be talking about, or I'll be presenting the KPI portion of the project. Okay. So the data set, the first KPI was provided to us by our mentor, the general, and our customer, Mr. Ali. Oh, I forgot. This is what I was supposed to wear today. Sorry, guys. I have to look smart, right? Because he's trying to sharpen us. So when you have like a good data set and you can squeeze a good KPI out of it, which we have two of them, those are the retention rate and the dropout rate, then you're set. Half of the job is almost done. So we calculated our retention rate like end students minus the new students over the start students. And our dropout rate was calculated like the end students of the last week minus the end students of the week before that over the end students of the last week. So we have used the variables like the end P, the new P, and the start P, and we have only one table, which is the retention, the class retention table. And these are the variables that we've used out of the column, the tables that we have. And for the dropout rate, after we calculated our dropout rate, we need to compare it with the week before that. So what we did was we calculated a dropout rate from a week before the last week of the dropout. So what we did only this for the active classes only because we didn't want to compare the finished classes because there's no use for that. So what we did only for the active classes, we did the dropout rate so that it will help them improve. There will be an aha moment if there is any red signs. On the dashboard, we have cards, and on that cards, we have graduate students, total dropout, and new students. For the insights, we have one up, way positive, and the other one is way negative. So the way positive one is the one you can see over here, which is 3 consecutive weeks, 100%. That is my teammates class that was given by Mr. Alex. A big shout out to Mr. Alex. And then the second class, which was our negative, which was the opposite one, is the one which is given on October 5th. That was a negative 200. That was the negative insight that we have. Now I will hand over to Daniel, who will give you a deep dive into our dashboard. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mikal. That was a wonderful presentation. So now I'll be explaining the final dashboard. Already my teammate explained the project overview and the industry KPI. Okay, this is the class retention dashboard. As you can see, this is the heat map. And the heat map is coded between darker green diverging to darker red, this one. So darker green means really good retention rate and darker red means really bad retention rate. And these are the class names and those are the week, the 15th week of the complete bootcamp. Once we drill down right here, we can see the number of in students in each week. For instance, this says in students of 30, which means the 8th week 87 retention rate, 87 retention rate to the 11th week, no dropout happened in this class. So explaining the heat map, let's go to the KPI. This is our KPI. This KPI only calculates for the active classes, which means it doesn't calculate for the completed classes. The completed classes are the one which completed this 15 week. In order to prove that, once I click this one, this will say finished because it's not gonna complete it. But when we go to those classes like this one, it says 0% because there was no dropout students because it says 87, 87, 87%. But once we go right here, we can clearly see there's a dropout student, 1%. So this is one of how we can calculate this KPI. Next to that, the total students. This is calculates the number of total students, and this is also the percentage of graduation of students. For instance, this this percentage calculates for the classes which are completed. Like this one is say 73%. Then once we click right here, it will say incomplete because this class is not completed. And this tells us the number of dropouts, and this tells us the number of new students. So next to that, we can toggle to this another heat map, which is also week-to-week retention rate difference on the class name. This tells us the week-week difference, which show us the highly dropped retention rate. For instance, let's check it out. This one, October 5, it says minus 50%, which is on the 4th week. In order to confirm that, we will go back right here and October 5th, which means 33% minus negative 17%, this is 50%. So which means that we can clearly see there's high drop of retention rate. So this heat map, which we toggle right here, helps us to navigate this kind of operations. And now we can go to week drops. Also, this is another type of heat map we created. This heat map helps us to know the number of drop students. So let's say this is the class has high droppage of students. This is 7 students. And the one I showed you the class, the one which is not completed, May 30. This is the case why the KPI is showing us red because of this one student dropped out. So moving on to the same thing, we're gonna just filter everything like I have explained by data analytics, except that we have added another feature which is more exciting. That's gonna be the burn down chart. So this burn down chart is the kind of visualization that we're excited that Power BI don't have it. We did it by ourselves. And let's see that why it's more exciting is that when we see these line charts are so congested, it's so difficult for the user and to see and navigate it. But once he click one slicer, he can clearly see the bolded one, which is being selected. And it will enable him to compare it with the outgrade class, which are those classes, how fast it's going down. So the one class which I showed you in the KPI that is May 30, let's see it. So you can clearly see this week it went straight up. Then this slide down is the one which is showing the red KPI. And now the user come and see what's going on with this class and clearly can navigate how bad it is going. So we can see this line chart is going down, but it's not as bad as it's look. And same thing, we can go to data science and see the heat map for data science, the same explanation I have did. So one more time, I'll go through and show you what's going on. So let's say as a practical environment, Ali, our general manager, will see dashboard Monday and see clearly what's going on with this KPI and navigate which class it is by seeing the heat map. And he will clearly see this one, or he will make sure which part of, is it data science? He will check it out and the KPI is bad. What if data science? It looks like good, the data science is going good. So he will see to data analytics and make sure this KPI is going down, and he will drill through by different type of categories and will navigate what kind of problem we are facing on that class. Okay, thank you guys for listening. I'll pass it through to Harold, which should explain the conclusion of our explanation. Thank you.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. Thank you, Daniel, for detailed explanation and clear. Hello, everyone. My name is Hirut Fazabe. I'm going to present on the troubleshooting and suggestion. Okay, when we start our class retention project, one of our team faced unable to connect the server with Power BI desktop. So our team, after we tried several ways to resolve the issue, finally we decided on temporary solution with using on ETL tool. We extract data from the main server and then load in local server. So with that method, we temporarily solve the solution. And our second point is suggestion. The following suggestion can be drawn from the result of dashboard presented. So personal KPI for a student, follow-up, tutor. Okay, this is the suggestion for our from our groups, personal KPI for a student and follow-up and a tutor. And the personal KPI for a student, this KPI aid the student to follow up and then gauge their status and make the corresponding measure. And then the second one is follow-up. When a student KPI reached red zone, their efforts need to understand the cause and divide the corresponding measure. And the third one is tutoring. This KPI also help create alternative learning approach to aid student, which result is cut dropout. So when I come to conclusion, our class retention dashboard will help the school identify the weak points where most students drop out on the week by weekly rate based and take a measure. Finally, we would like to say thank you, Ali, for your guidance and instrumental input. And I would like to say thank you all my team for the hard work and all the audience. That's all we have. If you have any question, welcome.
Hirut, thank you guys for your presentation, and thanks to all of you guys. I have a question. Did your exploration look into the chat system at all?
Okay. I'm sorry?
No, they don't have that data yet.
Okay.
Oh, no.
And then what as far as follow-up and tutoring, can you talk more about what that would look like based on what you guys were thinking, your team was thinking about?
For the suggestion you are saying?
Yes.
Okay, we are suggestion. I mean, when we open the our dashboard, if you have like if you don't have a lot of activity, it has to be show something like a KPI, like a red or yellow, green, all activity, which is helpful for a school as well to follow the student if they are, I mean, to follow up, to give a tutor if they need it. So just like if you don't pay like your monthly, I mean, the payment, sometimes it's showing like a red sign. So that kind of KPI, it has to be show on the dashboard. So that's our suggestion.
So like Hero said, the first thing when we did is this by observation. So all of us are not familiar with the dashboard when we got to the Colaberry. So the only thing we know about the dashboard is the payment. When the payment comes up, it shows us red, we gotta pay. So for students, if you guys like show them like kind of a KPI, very simple, like you're going down or you're going up, these students will also know how bad they are going. So that when they go further classes, there will be so much experience, they can know what a KPI means. But we are suggesting just a simple display like the payment for students to know how they are progressing their class.
Thank you for sharing. And what were you thinking? What were your thought processes about tutoring? So you just touched on follow-up, and what about the other part, tutoring? What were you thinking?
Okay, I can answer that. What we were thinking was like for the first 3 or 4 weeks, the retention rate is way lower than the rest of the weeks. So there is like 2 classes only, which are like 100% on the first week. So that means that the students are already dropping out on the very first 3 weeks. So if there is somebody who can help them or who can guide them on the first 3 weeks, or like the motivational speaker who can do the motivation thing on the first 3 weeks, then it would be good.
You don't like my motivational first day speech?
Yes, the fact that I signed up, you were there, and you were like, yeah, yes. And then after that, I was on my own, so.
That is like a one day. So Ali, you will make everybody motivated, and then you help almost 80% of the class who attends the first orientation to sign up. But after that, nobody is there to really guide them, because they wait for the first 2 weeks or 3 weeks. The retention rate is always high because they get their money back on the second week or third week. Yes. So if somebody is there to help them, like tutoring, we believe that maybe that will help for them instead of dropping out, like at least moving forward a little bit.
Gotcha.
Interesting. Thank you. Really nice presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you guys. All right, market statistics data mart. We have a market statistics data mart. You guys are on the clock.
Hello, everyone. My name is Shri. I'm the project manager for the market statistics data mart. And today we're going to talk about our ETL process. And my friend Aram is going to start on the introduction and the source.
Hi, everyone. My name is Iram Chogani, and today we are presenting about our data mart that we created about the market statistics. So if you are an investor and if you're looking to invest in the properties, then you are at the right place. And we are building a data warehouse that will capture, store, and maintain data on yearly and or quarterly basis from market industry categorized in different property types such as apartments, offices, industrial, and retail. And the data can be used to generate reports against key matrices such as occupancy trends, rents, and MSA, rent per square feet, vacancy rate, and much more. And the flexibility will be provided for additional measures and dimensions. And our data mart will guide investors with various insights into the trends and in the market industry so they can make better decisions. And in this project, we are using 11 different sources, which has different kinds of information and data cleanup that we needed to get done to reach our goal. In our sources, we had to clean up a lot of data that were null. So we had to take those null data out from our sources. And there were a lot of alphanumeric values that we didn't need according to the requirement. We only needed the values that were consist of numbers. And we also had to clean up the columns that had extra symbols such as %, $, and dashes. We had to get rid of all those signs. And we also had to make sure the percentage are calculated properly, because in the source they're not. So we had to make sure when we load everything in the data mart, before we do that, we had to calculate percentage properly. We also had 4 files that were consisted of pivot and unpivot values. So the pivot converts rows to columns, and unpivot converts column to rows. And we really struggled in this in SSIS, because there is an option to do unpivot and pivot, but for some reason, for some technical problem, pivot doesn't work properly. So after talking to Abdullah, we decided to do the pivoting in SQL Server itself and do the unpivot in SSIS. And we also had files that were consisted of quarterly, so it only said quarter. So we had to, put it on the proper dates. So, and that was a really big challenge to convert all the quarters to proper dates in SSIS. In SQL Server, we were able to do it, but in order for keep everything consistent, we were trying to figure it out in SSIS, how to do the case statement to convert those quarters to actual dates. And from here, I will hand it over to Richard, who will talk about Data Mart.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Thank you, Madam Eram, for that great introduction and presentation. Well, my names are Richard Hadegu, and my role is to show you the loading of data into the data warehouse, specifically the dimension tables. After all the heavy lifting of data in the staging area, involving importation of data from various sources, including Excel and CSV files, the cleansing and conversion of data to appropriate data types and sizes, and taking all these data through various transformations using SSIS and T-SQL scripts. Now we load the data into the data warehouse. Here we created a data warehouse using Management Studio, and we developed the dimension data model as shown on this slide, which included DIM regions, DIM states, DIM submarkets, and so on. Then the next slide, we then created an SSI package and used the merge statement, which you can see on the right side, in T-SQL, and ran it in execute SQL task transformation to load all the dimension tables or data into the data warehouse. And the results were, voila, these tables, dimension tables, in the data warehouse. And this table, you can see dim submarket, about 1150 records. And so without taking further time, please allow me to usher in Madam Sophia for our next segment of the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Aram and Shri. My name is Sophia, and my part in this presentation is to explain how we create fact tables. So since we find that there is a many relation between fact and dimension, to handle this challenge, we find the best solution is to create bridge tables. So quick definition of bridge tables. So bridge tables are used to set up the many-to-many relationship between fact and dimension tables. And this slide here shows how this tables works. Can you go to the, okay. So our first bridge tables was the market submarket bridge table. We used this SSIS package in order to populate this table. And exactly we used the lookup transformation to prevent any duplicate data in these tables. And this is the second table that we did with the same process. Also, we create a fact table with delta calculation, and this calculation is or for find the difference between the value of the current year minus the value of the previous year. And this was the final final table that we create. For the last fact table, we still work on it because we faced this challenge. So we have to combine two data sources with the date column, but can you go to the other slide, please? Yeah, but as we see here, these two columns, we need to combine them to create one fact table. This first one, the date is coming or is presented by year, and the second one, the date is presented by quarterly date. So we're still working on how to figure out how to combine these two tables to create our last fact table. And this is like the last step that prevents us to create our data model. So Shri will explain how the data model will be in the future. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. This is Shri again. So I'm going to explain the data model that we are looking at the end. So our data model looks like this, which has the fact tables and also the bridge tables that connects to the other fact tables. We have consists like this is a final thing. So here our data model is more like a constellation data model that represents the multi-dimensional model. It's a collection of multiple fact tables having some common dimension tables and the collection of the several star schema together, which is also known as galaxy model. And that's it. Thank you for patience. So any questions?
Any questions?
I have one question.
You said you had 12 source data. What was the format? What was the format of the data? Where did you get your data from about the Atlanta, about the vacancies and all that?
So all the data is in those 12 tables, the sources tables, but we showed in the first. So we had to, some of them has regions, some of the sub-regions, but the main values are from the 3 tables that is in the main thing. So we had to combine a couple of them together to get the different regions and sub-region data level. But for us to combine, that's where we stuck, because the final table that we need to merge doesn't have any data types that is common except the date value. And we are still trying to figure out how to do it. I found a different ways to do it, but I'm not able to work because of the different data types that's are there in the table. So I'm still we're still working with Abdullah to see what different ways we can pitch in. We are just giving suggestions and taking input and then working around that.
All right, thank you very much. Next up is our marketing demographics, Power BI. Marketing demographics, Power BI. You guys are on the clock.
All right. So good afternoon, beautiful people. My name is Michael Oti, and I am the project manager for this project, Marketing Demographics Power BI. And I have on my team Shweta Dubi and Claude MV. Unfortunately, Shweta Dubi is unable to be on the call today, so I'm going to take one for the team with my colleague, and we're going to push you guys through this and let you know what we have on marketing demographics. So like I said before, demographics is a study of a sector or a group or whatever segregation in a body of information that allows you to have more information on a specific unit. So you're going to see more of what this means as we go ahead. So the information we have is from the Colaberry cloud server. Information was gathered by SurveyMonkey, and at some point during your orientation or whatever throughout the course of your run in Colaberry, you're going to do a lot of surveys, and you probably don't know what those surveys are for, or maybe you do, but the surveys we have here are the reason we have this information. So I'm going to take everyone back in time a little bit to like life before the outbreak, right? So before the outbreak, what happened was you would wake up in the morning, like I do, you go to work, stuck in traffic, driving through, and then you find yourself working late, like almost every day, too much work from the weekend. And we all wish that we could spend time with our families and work from home, right? Well, that wish came true when the outbreak started. So if you did not want to get sick, you had to work from home. And that's what we're doing. We stopped coming to the Colaberry campus as interns. People stopped going to work. People started working from home. And you find out that working from home is kind of productive, but it limits the ability to collect surveys, because when people come to class or gather at open houses, we're able to check how many males, how many females, we're able to give them forms to fill and all of that. But now when they work from home, it is productive in the sense that they have more time. But how do we get these surveys? Because now you're going to see why the surveys from SurveyMonkey are important. So right now, what's going on is when you wake up in the morning, like we all do as interns, we rush to get ready so we're not late, you know, wake up, get ready, be in a rush so you're not late for the couch. That's all. You're just going to be on the couch and you're going to be working with Ali or someone, and you're working from home and you're happy. So this remote work situations has affected the physical survey gatherings and limited marketing to digital no contact platforms. So what is going on? How are we doing this? So we have these data sets, as you can see on the lower left corner. We have data sets from surveys, education, household income, deciding on Colaberry, you know, what made you decide, open house attendance, online searches, all that good stuff. We have all of that. And then on the lower right side, before you come to the lower right side, on the top right side, I created a calendar dimension with a one-to-many relationship allowing me to be able to work on my year-over-year calculations for my data sets. And the target was to be able to make good visualizations like I have on my top left corner. So what I started off doing was first creating KPI columns. KPI columns for word of mouth, unemployed, all that information that was going to be important to the decision of the businesses. We had to create KPIs for every single thing. We have a KPI for divorced, single, KPI for graduates, KPIs for people with master's degrees, all of that stuff. We made all of that. And what we found out was in the process of making this, we ran into some problems. I'm not gonna lie, it wasn't perfect. I gave up a couple of times. I was frustrated. I was thinking and communicating and having meetings with Ali. And the first problem was speed. How long would it take me to deliver this project to the client? Colaberry was the client. They wanted this project for marketing demographics to be able to study the business. How long would it take? At first, I was assuming 6 weeks, but I was wrong because I've extended it. So I realized the first problem was speed in calculating how long the project would take. Second problem was the rolling quarter. How was I going to be able to get the quarter over quarter? Because Colaberry works on a fiscal calendar that works on quarters. Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4. They have 4 quarters, and the year for them starts in the December quarter, which ends and gives them the values that they start the January quarter with. So the next problem I had was the trend axis for my KPIs. What was I going to trend them on? I couldn't trend them on year over year because some of them were broken down into quarters. Matter of fact, everything needed to be able to work on a calculation that would be able to be dynamic on any axis while trending on dates and rolling quarter. Next thing was on target KPIs. Client had told me that he wanted me to go all out rage mode on this dashboard and deliver KPIs like, he wanted this to be a powerful dashboard like never seen before. And I promise you, this dashboard you're about to look at is none like you have ever seen on the Colaberry platform, because not only did we nail our KPIs on target, not only did we make good-looking KPIs, not only did we have a good-looking design with transparent backgrounds and a view of the Caribbean Sea, we also delivered KPI, not KPIs. Brothers and sisters, I got 18 KPIs on my dashboard. I do not have room for 2 more KPIs that I have. Are you ready for it? All right.
Let's do it.
Here we go. Swim up. All right. So this is the latest version 5.0, considering how many times I've modified this with Ali dashboard. And you can see I have my filters, class type, class name, year and quarter. I have my title, marketing demographics dashboard. I have my good looking display of how it's going to be on your mobile platforms, iPad, telephone, laptop. And then I have this good looking icons, education industry, student profiles, customer feedback, traffic source, experience, or whatnot, which link to my various dimensions, because I have dimensions for every single classification of demographic information. Next, looking at the KPIs, they're color coded based on green for positive insights, red for negative insights, and gray when the insights don't mean positive or negative, nothing to us. For instance, the married students population right here, whether it increases or decreases, it doesn't mean anything positive or negative to Colaberry because they're all paying the same fee. But other things, for instance, such as the verbal referrals, looking red, it's bad. It means less people are talking about Colaberry. Also, looking at the Colaberry adverts, we can see that we only have 6% of the people in the class right now who came from advertisements. And considering we have a class of about 88 people who have taken this survey, 6% of the class means that we're looking at less than 7 students from advertisements. When everybody stays home, if our adverts are not reaching out, how are we doing it? So now what are we doing? Alumni referrals have dropped to 20%. It was higher before. But looking on the bright side, attended open house has increased. It means the number of people who attended open house in this current quarter has increased to 15% from a lower number than it was before. And that may be attributed to the fact that the open house that was held recently was held online. So maybe more people were able to just stay home and tune in. And then the unemployed students percentage has reduced. That's why it's green, because we don't really want our students to be unemployed, because even though they're paying us, we wish them well. So moving on a little bit further, all these KPIs are color-coded and ready to go. And now I'm going to hand over to my colleague, Claudine, who is going to tell you what is going on with the insights. Here we go, Claudine.
Thank you, Michael, for that presentation. Hello, everyone. My name is Claudine, and I will be talking about the positive and negative insights of our KPIs. So as we started to analyze our KPIs and slice them down by their responsible dimensions, we discovered some insights that I will be sharing with you guys in a moment. We actually tried to do some comparison of the current quarter, that is quarter 3 versus the previous quarter, the second quarter, and we were able to analyze these KPIs and group them into groups, that is a positive and a negative insight. I will start with the positive insight. The very first positive insight we had was with the percentage of females attending Colaberry KPI. We had a positive increment of 4% of the female population attending Colaberry from the current quarter, that is quarter 3, compared to the previous quarter, quarter 2. The next negative insight we had was with the average days to sign up KPIs. We discovered that this above KPI shows there is an increase in the average days to sign up from the current quarter compared to the previous quarter, with an increment of 2 days, meaning that students are taking longer days to sign up, which is not a good insight. Next slide, Michael. Moving down to the next slide, we had another negative insight from the alumni referral. We had a drop of negative 12% from the current quarter compared to the previous quarter. The current quarter had a percentage of 20%, and the previous quarter had a percentage of 32%, giving it a negative insight of negative 12%. Another negative insight we had was verbal referral. We had a negative insight of a decrease of negative 6% from the current quarter compared to the last quarter. Next slide. Michael, next slide, sorry. Yeah, the next negative insight we had was with the promoters KPI. We had a drop of negative 6% from the current quarter compared a drop of negative 2%, sorry, from the current quarter compared to the previous quarter, because the previous quarter we had 58% of promoters, that is those who could likely talk positive things about Colaberry. And then in the present quarter, we had just 56%. So that was a negative insight. So conclusively, I will say with the above dashboard that we have, we are able to monitor the class trend based on the rolling quarters of the Colaberry physical calendar. Thank you so much for listening. Questions, please.
In your process of, I have a question, Claudine and team. In your process of discovery, did you explore other options outside of these to address the issue, or do you have any further insights besides the data? By that I mean, did you come up with maybe reasons why we have fewer promoters, or yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think like with the verbal referral KPI, we can say that maybe the negative insight came from, like we all know the times we are living in, the pandemic. Most people, they don't interact like before. So maybe you don't come to meet people for people to share information. So maybe that's why there's a drop in some of the data that we have.
That's a good point. Someone else was going to give some insights.
Yes, the insight I was going to say was pertaining to the Colaberry adverts. I noticed that the survey, or by the information we have, up until the beginning of this year, none of the people were coming through advertisements. So either there were no ads or the ads were not effective and need to be rebranded. And then we also see that the percentage of people who are satisfied with the tuition are kind of reducing, as well as the people who are satisfied with the registration process. So it feels like there's going to be a lot more positive impact if the Colaberry team made a direct effort on creating a more interactive platform. I know the Colaberry chat works, but just like having more of things like that to be able to increase more connectivity and, increase what people can do with each other, So Ali takes some break time off, because including the critiquing the projects and all that, like, it's not a one-man job. It's something that requires more interactive team effort. That's all.
Interesting. Very interesting. Thank you.
That statistic on unemployed students, is that unemployed students before, is that during the program, or is that unemployed students who signed up for the program?
It's before.
It's before and during, because whenever they get jobs, sometimes we know if they have the IPBC thing signed up, but if they don't have the IPBC thing signed up, then it has to be the status as at when they start the class. Thank you.
All right, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is our Power BI Colaberry referral program. All right, you guys are up.
Hello, everybody. My name is Zagana Tyler Yergis, and my team is include 4 hardworking individuals, namely Jervis, Zagana, myself, Abraham, and Tegist. Our project is about the Colaberry referral program. So for the next few minutes, I will be speaking about the project overview, problems, and KPIs we have. Colaberry's biggest resource of new customers is word of mouth. So that means large numbers of students came to the Colaberry by referral from someone they knew who benefited from this amazing school. So after the student referred, the next step is the reward level. The rewards are the automatic. Once the reward have happened, it triggers a process of automatically distributed to the reward. So here is our reward level 1 and the reward level 2. Reward level 1 includes $50 Amazon gift card, and referral must enroll a class, and referral must pay full price, and also referral must remain in program at least 30 days. So the second reward is 150 Amazon gift card, which is include referral must get placed, referral must make their first post placement with the Colaberry. So one of the biggest problem of any referral program is finding a solid customer acquisition channel or bringing new customers. So Colaberry is paying like $3,000 each year to referral rogue for a referral program. So we want to understand what's going on this program and how many enrollment is giving us. Are we making money or losing money on this program? And also how often do alumni or current students sign or bringing new students up to this program? So here is our just overview of our key indicator, key performance indicator, KPI. So we have 4 KPIs in our project, which is member sign-up per month, referral enrollment per month, referral payouts per month, and also ROI per month. ROI is return on investment. So we will get detailed information about KPIs later on in our demo presentation with Gervais and Abraham. But now Tegest will give us some information about insight and some data model instruction. Thank you for listening. Tegest will be continued.
Thank you, Zaganet. It was a great presentation. My name is Tegest. I will talk about a few slides about our project. Our project major problem occurs when we create this project is our data source was ODS, operational data store. So we cannot load ODS database onto the Power BI directly. And also we have multiple data in our one table. So it gives us a difficult time to create different measures. So as a solution, we create a new model with a date table. Our new model look like this. It have 5 dimension tables and 1 date table. It's related with all dimension to the date table. So after this created, we build our project, and we have in our project positive and negative insights. Our positive insight is ROI per month. It was good in June 2020. It's increases 56K. The normal ROI was 23K. So in this June 2020, it's increased into 50K. So it's our positive insight. When we come to our negative insight, is member sign up per month. It was bad in June 2020 because the member sign up was decreased. Only in June 2020 is 2% new person are signed up, which means compared to the average monthly sign up, it's 12%. So it's our bad insight. We will talk about these insights in our interactive dashboard. Our final dashboard is look like this. It have 4 KPIs and 4 visuals. My teammate Abraham was take care of our demo starting from now. Thank you so much, Abraham.
Thank you, Tegest. Hello, everyone. My name is Abraham. I'm going to give you like a quick demo on the Colaberry for our program dashboard. So as mentioned earlier, Colaberry wants to know what's going on with this program. So we identified KPIs that could give us some insight on this program. So we have like member sign-up per month, referral enrollment per month, referral payout per month, and ROI per month. So I'm gonna go over member sign-up and referral enrollment per month, and next two KPIs will be taken care of by my friend Gervais. So member sign-up per month is like it measures how many members have signed up a month. So it's like the average member sign up. And referee enrollment per month measures the people who are referred by the members who have signed up in this program. So in the tablet chart, we try to break down these KPIs monthly. So as you can see it here, in the month of June, the member sign up is 2, and the line chart measures the quarter-over-quarter monthly sign up, which is which shows us the movement of the sign up quarter-over-quarter. So, for instance, in the month of June, the quarter-over-quarter is decreased by 83.33%, so which is not a good thing. We also added a drill through to get more detailed information about the member sign up. So if I drill through on the month of June 2020, I can see like the members that have signed up in that month in June 2020, and we can also see that members sign up all-time records. So as you can see it here, in June, we have 2 people who have signed up in this program, and the average member per month is like 6.2. So we have 2 individuals who have signed up for this program. So the level of sign up is 2 out of 16, which is going to be like 12%. When we move to the referee enrollment, we have the same logic, but the difference is that we're using like a different dimension here. So for June 2020, the referee enrollment is about 29, and the quarter-over-quarter has increased by 123%. So we can see that all the refresh or the list of the refresh here. So in June 2020, I have like 29 people who are enrolled. So the average enrollment per month is 12. So the enrollment level is about 180%. So here in this table, we can see all the details of the referee's name, whether they paid tuition or not, or they have been in class for 30 days, their status for reward, and whether they are in IPVC or GRP or they are placed or not. So we can see all the details of the referees on the drill report. So the other 2 KPIs and the related reports will be demonstrated by my friend Gervais. You can go ahead, Gervais. Thank you so much.
Jirash, you're on mute.
All right. So sorry about this. As I was saying, I'm Gervais Kumbo, and I'm the project manager of this project. And thank you to my teammates who did a really great job presenting. And I'll be taking over after Abraham. I'll be talking about the last two KPI, who are referral payout per month and ROI per month. So the referral payout per month, the referral payout represent the amount Colaberry paid to all the people who sign up and refer a new student to Colaberry. So the payout here, when a student pay his tuition, the person who sign him up, who refer him to Colaberry, will receive $50 gift card. And when that person is placed and make his first payment, the same person that refer him will receive like $150. So those two represent what we call the referral payout. So the referral payout per month is like the average for the whole program for the average monthly payment. So we do the same thing for the ROI. The ROI here, which stand up for return on investment, and it represents the referral payout per month plus the program cost, which will be negative, and the tuition pay. So we'll make the tuition pay minus like the total program cost, which include the referral payout and the program cost, which is how much Colaberry paid to I think referral work to maintain the program, the system. Now let us go in the chart. Like back to the KPI, you see the indicator on the KPI. This green indicator represent it mean 1 quarter before the referral payout per month was less than 662, and the same happened in the ROI per month. So, and as you can see from what I explained before, these two charts are kind of related. When you can look at the shape of the chart, the quarter over quarter shape is similar to the quarter over quarter shape on the ROI. Same thing for the payout and the ROI. If we go here on the month of July 2020, we see that the Colaberry payout $850 in rewards. And when we drill through into that, we also see, when we drill through, we see that that $850 is break down into 150 for the reward level 2, which means this person received $150 because the guy he refer or the person who he refer has already been placed and paid his first payment after placement. And here you have 700 representing all the people who registered to a class and paid their tuition. So the chart here show the breakdown of the payouts. Coming back on the ROI, we follow the same process. You can see on July 2020, when we drill through, we have a $27,000 as the ROI. We represent like the benefit Colaberry is making out of this program. We can also mention that this benefit is just for the referral program because we didn't include like the cost of the teacher, the money Colaberry is paying for teacher and all the people working in Colaberry. So this is just for the referral program. And we can see that it's $27,000. On this one, we are still working on it, so we didn't make a comparison between this 27,000 and the average monthly, the average ROI monthly. So this is in summary what we have done so far, and we are still in the process. I'll go back to our presentation and give like little suggestion. For our suggestion, we suggest that Colaberry should maybe increase, they should implement a new strategy, because we are observed that less people are getting placed, or the rate of placement is a little low. So this might be why we are seeing this small amount of people signing to the referral. And also Colaberry should increase the reward amount, because we feel that maybe $50 for the person who's registered in the class is a little low. That might be a reason why people just prefer to talk by mouth instead of going through the program to get that money. Also, the fact that the reward is paid in gift cards might discourage some people. It will be probably good to have that money in cash or in another way instead of a gift card. That was what we have for this project, and we are open to questions. Thank you to everyone.
All right, questions. He says, raise the referral amount, pay only cash. Whose team are you on? I'm messing with you. Good feedback, good feedback. Anybody else have any questions?
Yeah, so I mean, I'm just curious, why did you bring that change gift card to cash thing?
Sorry, I didn't get the question.
Why are you recommending change gift card to cash?
That is something we think it will encourage people. Like when you have a gift card, an Amazon gift card, you can only go to Amazon. It might be $50, and you don't need anything that way. Maybe you want to go to a restaurant. If you get that money in cash, I think it will be more flexible for you to decide what you will do with the money.
Okay, so you're saying instead of, I mean, we cannot give cash. That's it's not possible. But what you're saying is, instead of giving an Amazon gift card, maybe think about giving a cash card, which they can use anywhere.
Yeah, exactly, something like that. Yeah.
Okay, Juliet, like something to kind of keep in mind, and we need to investigate. That's a good idea. So Ali, like, does the referral rock or the software that we use, do they give us this giving cash cards benefit? Okay, anyway, we can think about it later. But yeah, good. Thanks for the recommendation.
But Amazon has everything, though. That's all I'm saying. Like, for real.
Yeah, from groceries to everything. But anyway.
Yeah, this is something we can circle back around to. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thanks.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ram, I was just saying that last time I checked, they were trying to add more options where a person can choose which type of gift card they want. But I don't think that they had a cash option, like a cash card option. All right.
What about Bitcoin? What about Bitcoins?
Do you really want that? All right. Next up is homework grading system. You guys are on deck.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Mabit. We are in a team with Wuhan and Greg. Today, we are excited and proud to present our project, the Colaberry School of Data Science, request regarding internal homework grading system. So overview of the company and the project, I'm going to go through it. Colaberry is a Dallas-based training school that shaped the mind of tomorrow, where you're searching for career in data science or in data analytics. Colaberry has something to offer for you, for real. Out of work due to COVID-19 and wanting to change a lifestyle, trying one of the bootcamp may be the answer. Yeah. From in-person, online learning, there is option for various options like online or in class. No matter the path you choose, you will be provided the fundamental knowledge that you use the skill in a real world. Oops, sorry. Sorry, my screen. Sorry for that. So the program that they offer is like Tableau, SQL, ClickView, Power BI, and so many to choose from. So our project is to do analysis on the homework grading system. So the program that they have, there are a lot of course paths, like 16 for course paths, 54 courses, 363 sections, 46 instructors, and 889 students. We needed to create a report that would tell a story of how each individual was performing, from the performance of the course offered to the performance of the instructor. Next, please. So in data model and the dictionary, we have 24 columns inside of our data model, and we are utilizing most of them in our KPIs dimension to create BI visualization for insight to do the educational model. We are using columns such as you see in there: student name, graded, ungraded, and also the paths, so we can see relation how each instructor is doing or each student are doing. So next, Buhan will take over and see the next slide.
Thank you, Emebet. Hello, everyone. My name is Buhan, and I'm going to talk few slides of this homework grading project. So problem statement, as my team worker, she said, like, Colaberry has 54 different courses and numerous students. They are submitting different homeworks, like 100 homeworks in average, more than 100 homeworks every day. So Colaberry needs some efficient grading mechanism, efficient quality of grading system. That's why we need to create some dashboard, some mechanism, so that they can track what is going on the homework grading, submission, grading, or how is homework is graded, what is the quality of graders, and to make some consistent and efficient grading system, and to see what's going on whole system, grading system is our problem. That's why we are working on this project. And next, so trouble, what kind of problem we face while working on this project? Like, very first, when we access the data from Colaberry server, there was some kind of problem, like all the records were multiplied, like recorded like 3 times, and then we fix that with our business with the help of our business Colaberry. And there are some kind of null values still, and still we are working on, like for example, if there is homework ID, but some other like path names, subject names, those are not included there. And other like real problem we face sometimes is our data. We calculated our measures are on the base, those are on the basis of like year according to the data. But while working on this project, our business Colaberry wants to see those date to like past weeks or months. So to show them on the background, it's kind of challenging work to us. And next, I'm going to talk about the KPIs. Those KPIs we received from the Colaberry. And Colaberry wanted to know these numbers and compare with different numbers each other and to see the visuals, pictures. So major KPI, it's divided in 3 kind of KPI: graded, non-graded, and graders quality. On the graded, we have like submitted versus graded. That is, submitted versus graded means the ratio between submitted homework and the graded homework at any time or time range. Average days to grade, that is days, time to grade one homework, like maybe half day, 1 day, or like that. And non-graded, we have non-graded days also. So what is the time of any homework that is stayed in the Colaberry without grading? That is average non-graded. And Q non-graded means how many homeworks in particular time, those are there. It's not graded, like maybe 100, 200, like that. And per day submit means total number of homework in average. How many homeworks are submitted in a day? And the graders quality, that grade versatile, that means any graders, any instructor, their grading system, how is different than the earlier homework? Is the same, they are grading like 5 grade or 5 grade, or it's different? And grader efficiency, how many instructors they are grading like in less than 3 minutes, or it's time sense especially. And graded per day means how many homeworks are graded every day. So the next, I'm going to transfer this presentation to my team manager, Greg. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Bhuwan and Imabet. My name is Greg. Just recently took over this project as the project manager. And pictured on the screen right now, you can see our main dashboard. We have 9 KPIs, as Bhuwan just went through and illustrated. They're in 3 major categories: the non-graded, graded, and graders quality. And we're slicing this by the time of rolling weeks. So on the dashboard you see in front of you, you're going to see it for the whole entire time period. Ideally, that's not how Colaberry is going to look at it, but just for purposes of showing you what the rolling weeks slider does, that's kind of what we have. Secondly, you can choose how you want to see your data. Do you want to see just homework? Do you want to see just videos? Do you want to see both of them combined? So we made this little toggle. You can see it's toggled on homework right now, so it's showing you the homework. If you were to select the little guys putting the puzzle pieces together, it would show you both, which we'll show in a later slide. The next slide we've got, we're talking about just the video portion of it. You can see the toggle switched over here. Now this might be something more realistic that Colaberry would look at. You know, the last 5 weeks trend, in the background, the trends are what is the rolling week. So it gives you a trend of 5 weeks and how you're trending in that direction. Once again, you can toggle back and forth, homework and video. We have slicers over there on the left-hand bottom side that you can kind of play with if you just want to pick path names, course names, instructors, so forth and so on. All right, this slide is going to show you both the homework and video. It also is going to do the same rolling weeks that we had before. You know, this is more something Colaberry would do, having 5 rolling weeks instead of having 26. You want to see the most recent data. And here just shows you the homework and video, like I said before, with the two guys connected the puzzle pieces together. So this is going to be kind of where we can show you some insight. Continuing on that rolling week trend, we can look at, this is our grader quality page. So we have a list of instructors up at the top, and this is kind of based on how many graded homeworks they have over this time period, how many do they grade in less than 3 minutes, and what's their grade versatility like, meaning how many grades do they give that are the same instead of mixing it up and being versatile with it. As you can see in those 3 rectangular squares that are red there, you can see a big disconnect right there. You're going to have a high percentage of people scoring less than 3 minutes, but their grade versatility is going to be kind of low. So we just want to make sure that that comes closer together. So that way, they're taking more time to grade. And their videos, all the videos should be longer than 3 minutes anyway. So if we're doing our part as students, then the instructors are able to do their part as instructors and grade those videos in a timely manner and be, honest about the scoring with it as well. The bottom chart, the scatter plot, I've been trying to get scatter plots put together for the last 2 weeks, it feels like. I do like this concept behind it. I'm still playing with the line. Right now, there's just an average line in it. But over on the left-hand side, I set up goals. So let's say Ali came through a month from now, and he wanted to change the goals of the less than 3 minutes and the goals of grade versatility. He could do so. And in the next screen, you'll see that I've done that, and it actually changes the color of the bubbles. So you can have a conversation with your team and say, hey, anybody that's in red, maybe I want you to try to get it closer to that average line. Haven't figured out how to put a line on there to make it really dynamic and fruitful in what we want to kind of address and the situations and experiences that we want to complete. But I feel like the scatter plot shows a lot of good information. It tells you your major disconnects. It tells you who's performing well. You can kind of go to those people individually and have conversations with them. In conclusion, at the end of the day, this is just one of the many pieces that Colaberry is trying to put together. And if we can help out the team retention, the referral process and all that stuff, if we can pinpoint where the disconnect is in the things that we're doing, maybe we can just create a much better program. And I believe that's kind of the end goal with what everybody's trying to do here with creating these projects. I appreciate your time, and if there's any questions, I'll be free to answer.
All right, do we have any questions for the homework grading team? All right, fantastic. Thank you, guys. Next up is Tableau Job Referral Dashboard. You guys are up next.
You guys, it's just me.
Well, you guys are up next.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let me know when you see my screen, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, one moment here. Hello, everyone. My name is Mabruk Zadout, and today I'll be discussing the Tableau Colaberry Job Referral Dashboard. Whenever you are looking for a job, it always seems that there is something that is blocking you from getting that job. It's as if your life is obscured by the clouds and you are missing out on that sunshine. Unemployment rates at the moment are reaching all-time highs. This does not mean that no one is hiring. It just means that employers are more selective on who they hire. The criteria of getting hired has gotten more stringent. You better have the right skills at the right time and at the right place. This is where the Colaberry Job Referral Dashboard comes to play. The main point of the dashboard is to have Colaberry folks be the majority of job applicants applying for the job postings. Doing so obviously increases our chances that someone from Colaberry will be hired. In other words, we are focusing on job domination. I want to discuss the 3 KPIs in the dashboard. Wouldn't you want to know the percentage of people hired who have applied for a job? Also, wouldn't it be nice to know how many people were hired after being interviewed? Lastly, it would be nice to know the total amount of jobs and what is the percentage of people that were hired. When I say total, I mean total, meaning including all jobs, even the ones that were not applied to. Okay, now I'm going to show you the magic behind the dashboard. First, let me discuss some of the problems. There's not enough data in the SQL Server. So what I try to do is create dummy data. And don't get fooled by the name. You got to be smart to create dummy data. Every time I fill in one hole, another hole gets opened up, and it's maddening. But anyway, in Tableau, they have an ETL tool called Tableau Prep. This thing's a game changer. God bless it. So I included my dummy data here, and I unioned it with the. Sorry, you say something, Ali? I'm moving on. Okay, over here, here's the joins that I've created from the SQL Server. Then on top of that, I included my dummy data. The dummy data is a simple Excel file. I try to make the numbers pop. There's not enough offers. There's not enough people getting hired. So I try to play with the data, make the numbers pop, and it just wasn't happening. Like I said, every time I fixed one problem, another problem would open up, such as there were no jobs for Hadoop or Informatica. I took out some data from here, moved it over there. So it's pretty maddening stuff. But anyway, I moved on, created the output, and created the dashboard. The dashboard, the numbers are not that great, so please focus on the theory and not the numbers. Now, let's say you want to focus on getting a job by state. Let's pick Texas, for example. You click on Texas. And then from here, you could drill down. I hear some background noise, but that's okay. Let's say you want to focus on Texas. So you would click on Texas, and then you could drill down some more by focusing on the month. And over here, like I said, the data is not looking that great because I got to keep playing with it. But let's switch over to the year 2020. So 2018. Like I said, I got to play with these numbers some more. Let's go back to Texas. Let's focus on, let's say, September. And you would get September, 114% applied for a job. Out of that percentage, 8.33 percentage got interviewed. And out of that 8.33, about half, 4.17, were hired. So if you utilize a job referral dashboard, you could focus on which state you want to move to, when is the best time, month to apply for that job, and it'll show you which jobs are in demand based on the criteria that you've chosen. Thank you for your time. Any questions? Hello? Did I lose everybody?
Looks like there's no questions.
Mabruk, I do have
I'm
a
on a
question.
slow connection, so I can't tell if people are still on the call or not.
Julia has a question.
Hey, Mabruk. So I understand the limitations in data, but in general, did you see some trends, like where some jobs are more popular? What states or what types of jobs were more popular?
It's hard to do that. Yeah, it's hard to do the trends because Colaberry is based in Dallas, so most of the jobs are in Texas. And based on the SQL Server, the jobs were SQL and SSIS, SSRS. That's what I kept seeing. So I try to, like Ali has told us and told me in that lecture in the past, put in some numbers to make the dashboard pop. So I was trying to include Power BI in there. I'm trying to include Tableau and all these other different tags, but I just got to keep chugging along at it.
Sounds like you're on to good work. Keep at it. Don't give up.
Yeah, but unfortunately, the work that I'm doing is not being seen. That's the problem. But it is what it is.
Well, only a percentage of the work that you do get seen anyway. That's just part of the process.
Yeah.
But and
Yes, sir.
this job referral program is going to be built for the new Hire.Refactored. So this is built in preparation for the jobs that will be added to Hire.Refactored. So so the data is kind of limited, but it's going to be populated with a lot of data moving forward. All right, next up is Zendesk. What is Zendesk? Who knows? But they're up next.
Hello, everyone. My name is Magda. I'll be presenting about the Zendesk ticket reporting project with me, Innocent, and Francis as my team members. So we're excited to show you what we did so far. So I'm gonna walk you through what's the project overview, like I'll give you the introduction and what value proposition that we have and the roadmap that we followed. And then also we face a lot of problems when it comes to the source data on our KPI calculation, especially also on the running weekdays calculation to make it consecutive and also to make our scatterable chart visual dynamics. Plus, we did our KPI calculation. We work on our dashboard and also on our dashboard functionality. And at the end, you guys were gonna get some positive insights and negative insights, and then what we're working on next. So on the project overview, we'll cover the introduction, the values, and the project roadmap. So what is Zendesk? Ali, you were saying what is Zendesk, right? So Zendesk is it's a tool that it's a customer service tool. Whenever anybody send a request to Colaberry, might be a customer or a student, that will be registered on Zendesk ticket service, and then our agents will handle it accordingly. So right now, Colaberry is expanding and having a lot of students. So it's very important for Colaberry to answer those tickets on timely manner and close the issue. So what we did next is what's the value that we provide. So the benefit that we provide is improved insights. So at the end of the presentation, you guys are gonna get some positive insights and negative insights. And also things are easy synchronizing because we have a daily refresh. It's a live data coming from SQL Server and it's very fast to use. So we add up some features. The features is the daily refresh, as I said earlier, and the dashboard, the reports are very interactive. So next, Francis is gonna show you the interaction. And it's also, we also have a drill tools that track the performance. So you guys can see which tickets are open, which tickets are closed, which tickets are closed on the first trial. So we have those features. And what our end users or Colaberry wants is to evaluate the employees or our agents and improve the customer service and also ensure that all these problems are solved. And so what do we need to do in order to achieve this? So those are focusing on our KPIs mainly. So the first thing is minimizing the first response hours, which is one of our KPI. And the other thing is minimizing the number of open tickets. So literally meaning like closing the tickets as soon. And also maximizing the first contact resolution rate. This is also telling us like just closing the ticket at first trial. So this is the roadmap that we follow. The first thing what we did is understanding the data. So we try to understand each column in SQL Server and their relationship and what they mean exactly. And also from there, we load it into our Power BI and then we start calculating our KPIs. So whenever we calculate our KPIs, mostly we use measures and we use also some calculated columns in our report. But we're supposed to cross-check it with SQL Server in order to make sure that those calculations are correct. And then we start to visualize our KPI against different dimensions. The dimension that we had was the agents, the work shift, and also weekdays. So that shows us like what happened on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and so on. And then we start building our dashboard and our drill throughs that will give us like more detailed information on what's going on. And now currently we are fine tuning our dashboard and we're doing our documentation also. So next, Innocent was gonna guide you about what problems that we faced. I'll hand this to Innocent. Thank you very much.
You understand? You're on mute.
My bad. I'm sorry. I will go with the problem we faced during this project. The first problem is a source data issue. The second one is the KPI calculation and the loading week calculation and the scatter plot visual. So as I said, the source data issue and we had the agent ID were null, and the solutions that we back and forth with Ali to fix the agent null and the ticket null value. Next. The other problem we faced during our project when we tried to calculate our KPI, we didn't have the goal for our KPIs. We tried to set out the goal for the previous week as a goal to compare to the current week, but it didn't work. But by sitting with Ali, he was able to tell us to set up the KPIs. So another problem we faced during our project is when we try to calculate by using the week back, and also when we try to calculate the KPI calculation by using that column, we are not able to see the current week for that the current value unless we see the total value. So Ali tried to also to help us. He created another column called week back actual. That week back actual help us to see our KPI in the trend, to be able to see our KPI in the trend, and also to be able to calculate our KPI for the current week. Go next. So another problem we face is when we were trying to calculate the average respondent hours for the current week and for the previous week. We faced a problem of the to calculate to see our weekdays for the previous 4 weeks. As you can see from these pictures, there are some dates don't have the values. So by working in the team, we import a query from SQL to the Power BI desktop. As you can see, this is a query we created, which has the case statement, which help us to see the rolling week for that visual, and you can see the solution from this dashboard. We're able to see the previous week and the current week, and also for the respective weekdays. Another problem we faced, we spent time for this for the scatter plot visual. First time we were trying to use the first contact resolution versus the cross rate, and we found out it was not easy for us to set up to be dynamic whenever you refresh your data. We tried by using the average on the axis, as you can see from there. It didn't work also. By also working with Ali, he changed the requirement. We go with the first respondent hours versus the days of open. Also, is a guy called Guri. He helped us also to set up the goals on the dynamic goals on our scatter plot. As you can see on that picture, there is inside the dashboard there is a slicer where you can set the goals. As you can see, 15 and 1.5. So to see our dynamic scatter plot. So I will pass my ball to Francis to go for the next. Thank you.
All right, thank you, General Senator Maki. So I'll be talking about the KPIs, the project dashboard, and the dashboard functionalities. So for the KPIs, so we started off with a bunch of KPIs. We had about 8 of the KPIs, and then gradually that boiled down to 5. So these are the 5. The first is the first contact resolution rate, and this basically tells us how fast the agents are resolving the tickets on the first try. Then we have the number of new tickets. We have the average first respond hours. This basically tells us how fast the agents respond to the tickets. Then we also have open tickets, and we have the average days open. So I would talk more about this when I show the dashboard functionalities. This is what our dashboard looks like, but before I go into this, so I can save some time, I'll talk about this and also talk about the dashboard functionalities at the same time. So let me switch over to the dashboard real quick. Okay, so this is what we have, and as you can see, these are the KPI that I talked about, and most of these visuals are basically sliced by it. So I want to start off with this one because this kind of sets the benchmark of how we're doing the current week, and the blue is the current week all through the visual, and we are comparing it to the average of the previous 4 weeks. That is the purple. So anywhere you see the purple, that is the previous 4 weeks, average of the previous 4 weeks, and the blue is going to be the current week. So on this visual right here, we are looking at the first respond hours by days of the week, and we are going backwards in 7 days. So just looking at this, we can see that Friday, Saturday, we had an increase in first respond hours at the 49. This is probably because it's approaching the weekend, or it is the weekend, so the productivity dropped. But as we come into the week, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays, it's all pretty much improved. Wednesday was very good because we can see that the average first respond hours on Wednesday was 3.88, which is way below our goal, and that was very good. On this video right here, this tells us about the first contact resolution rate versus the previous 4 weeks. So like I said earlier, the first contact resolution is basically agents that solve the tickets on their first try. On Wednesday, we didn't have any, but if we look at Friday, we could see that a number of agents actually did solve a few of the tickets on their first try. And if we want to go deeper into this, we could do a drill through and kind of see what Ali did on Friday for that week. So this is going to be this, and it will take us here. It will show us the tickets and the links of the tickets, the time in days it took them to like close, the average first respond hours, the comment count, just basically more details about the tickets. Going back to the dashboard, we have the scatter plot that tells us how each of the work shifts are doing. So for right now, we can see that between the hours of 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. and 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. we have a lot of activity going on there. We can also change this visual based on the dynamic goals. So as we get more efficient, right, we expect that this goal will change. As the agent gets more efficient, we expect that this goal will change. So Ali or the user might want to say, okay, let's look at 18 and let's drop this to 1 day, and this would react accordingly to if we are doing good or bad. So that's the plan. Hopefully we get more efficient with this, and then our goal will always change to whatever we put in here, and we can look at the work hours and kind of know what's going on. Now for this visual, we want to limit, like Maki said, we want to limit the amount of open tickets that we have. So this is basically tracking all the open tickets through all the time. So we can look at this, and from just my first view, I can see that this agent has the highest amount. I can drill into it and see, okay, what are the tickets that he has and how fast can we resolve this? He has just one, so I guess he didn't really work a lot. And this is old, it's greater than 37 days. So in summary, that's pretty much what this dashboard does. I'll go back to the PowerPoint and continue with the presentation. Okay, so some of the positive and negative insights that we get. Now, the positive and negative insights, because the dashboard is focused on just the current week and the previous 4 weeks, this changes rapidly. So for this week, we see that the average first respond hours is okay when the goal is set at 24. So we are doing pretty good on that. We see that between the hours of 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. and 3 p.m. to 7 p.m., we are at most active. Negative insight is that the first contact resolution rate is really low at 1.9. This is not very good. And we see that we still have quite a number of open tickets that should be resolved as soon as possible. What's coming up next? We still have to fine tune the dashboard, do a few fixes on it. We document it and submit it for the final approval, then deploy it to the Colaberry app. And that is the presentation. Thank you. Any questions?
Francis, would you be able to go back to the dashboard, please?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so can you talk more about the average first response hours? Can you talk more about that and how you came up with that?
Okay, so we have a column that says how fast the agent responds to the ticket. So we just took the average of it, basically, but we had to compare it with something. So Ali brought up the idea of comparing it to the average of the previous 4 weeks. So that's what this chart is basically showing. So, and we are doing a rolling week. So we are looking from Thursday backwards, so from Thursday to Friday last week. So we're just trying to see how efficient we are, how we're doing, and we are comparing these values to the previous 4 weeks. That's pretty much what we're doing.
Oh, probably because of weekend hours, minimized weekend hours.
Yes, so we can see that Friday, Saturday, some of Sunday is pretty high, but from Monday, Tuesday, actually Wednesday, it just went down. So that's good.
Okay, and then so basically less than 24 hours on average per ticket and per agent. In general, is that an accurate summary or not so accurate?
So it's the cumulative. So we are looking at the cumulative of everything because it's kind of hard to do the average response hours by days for each individual agent. So we are doing the hours of all the agents in a combined form, basically.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Great work. I can't wait to see how much more you're able to do.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, homework grading team. By the way, I'm sending you guys feedback in your Colaberry chat groups for your internship. So if you want to get my feedback on your presentation, well, for most people, I probably started with the 3rd group, but if you want to get my feedback, then you can check your email, get feedback on your presentations. All right, next up is ALNF, whatever that is. I hope that will be explained what that is. But ALNF, you guys are up next.
Hello, everyone. My name is Eva, and my group members are Viswar and Temishke. Today, we are going to present our dashboard entitled The Incoming Word. So I'm going to present a summary of this project. And basically, this project is from an Australian-based foundation known as Australian Literacy and Numeracy Foundation, which was created in 1999. And the purpose for this foundation was was to help minority groups in Australia that are being marginalized. And the foundation has multiple programs, and one of the programs is actually it's actually called Indigenous First Language, and that will be the focus of our dashboard actually. So what this foundation has done is that it has created an interactive learning dashboard, an interactive learning platform, whereby members of these communities can go there, add words, update, or do some changes in their native languages. So the purpose of our project actually is to track the level of activity in this platform. That is to see how much words are being added in this platform, or what is the activity rate over time. So in order for us to achieve this project, we use the SQL Server and Power BI as our main tools. And then we also adopted and used the Agile methodology. So I'm going to call on my teammate Temishgan to give us the KPIs. Temishgan?
Thank you, Eva. Yeah, I'm about to talk about the KPIs that were suggested to work. The KPIs that are suggested to us by Ali and the incoming words per day, the months over months words added. That is, we should also trying to calculate the months by last month over the 12 months, as well as the word average completion rate. According to the table we have, the database we have the completion rate, which is calculated against the attributes of the tables that are columns on the table. So we are working on that. Next slide. Yeah, on this, first thing we have to do is to load the data that we get, the data set we get from the institution, and merge it to our database. On that, we're working loading the data, because we got like 6 different databases on different languages. We have to merge them. We have to create a syntax so that we come up with one working table that includes all the language. On that, we face some challenges that I'm going to talk later. But on that table, based on that table, we are trying to come up with the challenges we face is the first thing is that the files or the database we got from the company was on the BAK files. So we couldn't able to directly load the data into the database. With the help of Ali and Hubert, we were able to load the data, and we started on that. On the second thing, we're joining like 6 tables, 6 different databases. So using Union, we are able to come up with a single table, and we're able to load it to the Power BI for further analysis. And with that, I'm going to pass my presentation to Vizwa on our, she will talk about on our initial dashboard. Thank you. Vizwa?
Somebody on mute.
Sorry about that. Sorry. Thank you, everyone, Tamasjan. So I'm going to give a quick overview about our project. So we combined the data from 6 different databases into a single table, and this single table acted as a source in Power BI. So we are going to design a dashboard based upon this data. So if you look at the data, so basically the client is designing a software. So the client collects all the they are collecting the data from few different native languages. So these are the text from different native languages, just like a Google translator. So they are translating all these words to English, uh, and depending upon this, the completeness will be calculated. Depending upon the different attributes, the completeness is calculated. Suppose if the word have the English translate, if this word have English translated word as well as audio video version of that, so that means the word is completed 100%. So if the word doesn't even have an English translated word for that, that means the word is like 0% completed. So depending upon this data, we are designing a dashboard. But heads up guys, can you see my screen? Okay, but heads up guys, this is not an final dashboard. We just started designing our dashboard. So as you can see, we are displaying average completeness uh, on the whole. So we are calculating the average completeness for every year. So this is the average completeness. And also the client is more interested to know the incoming words per day. So we are calculating the average words per day. And also this is just just started this dashboard. So this will look more meaningful when we add much more information to it. But this is just a some I mean sample dashboard. So in this visual, as you can see, this gives more than one information like average completeness as well as year over year percentage of words. So while moving forward, our goal is to display a calendar here, and also we want to calculate month over month. And upon when we select a particular date, we want to display rolling average, rolling 12-month average, average completeness as well as year over year complete word completion rate in this visual, as well as we want to make this visual. We want to make these uh, KPIs. We want to design these well formatted KPIs. That is our next week goal. Yeah, that's it for now. Thank you guys.
Any questions? All right, awesome. Thank you. All right, next up is job referral dashboard, but we have I want to take a 10-minute break. All right, we're gonna start that one at 4:15. That's in 10 minutes. It is 4:05 right now. We're gonna start with job referral dashboard, Power BI. I want you guys just to go ahead and start sharing your screen at 4:15 and get started with your presentation. All right, I'll see you guys then. 10 minutes. 4:15, 10 minutes. All right, Power BI group, you go ahead and get started.
Nabil?
Yeah.
Nabil, go ahead. You're on mute.
No, we can't hear you. No, we can't hear you. Something's wrong with your mic. Your mic is not connected. Hello.
I don't know. I think he signed out to sign back in.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, sorry for that, guys. Welcome back. You're hearing me now, right?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry again. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Hello, and I'm glad to be here. Proud of being one of the Colaberry family. So let's get started. Colaberry School of Data Analytics has a great program that not only teach student knowledge, but also skills and experience. Since 2018, as I remember, they come up with the new and unique job referral program. This program is going to change the game. Graduates can go and apply for a job that was selected before for them based on certain criteria to make the submission. So the result is that the alumni or the graduates are either the only one interviewing on the interviews, or at least they will be like the first. So the difference here is the quality of this job search. It was created. Just to let you know, it's very complex and complicated process, but we can tell how well it's working by looking at the normal data. Being a graduate from Colaberry, we have the opportunity, like everyone knows, listen carefully here. Like everybody knows, we study many tools like SQL, ECSIS, SQL Server Integration Services, ACSRS, ACSIS, Tableau, Power BI, Click as reporting tools, including ACSRS. Based on this project we create, or this dashboard we create, it's a lot different. There is a lot difference between what we're providing now and what the Tableau one provide, because they still in the previous steps. Now we are in the last steps for the deployment. So they also, for the student, they're gonna have a general idea about how long it takes for a job to fill, the average submission to get the offer. So, like, while we were digging on our project, we find some problems. It's based on the step-by-steps projects provided by Ali. So we found like the interview rate and the offer rate in 2019 was decreased by 18% and 30%. But always we want to go like positive, like it's increasing. The offer rate is increasing on 2020. Like everybody knows, we see like a lot of people get the offers recently. So when we update, like, because we're using the live data, that's why we get like recent offers and we get like recent data. So here, what we come up while we are massaging the data, what we come up as a KPIs is the offer rate. Just to let you know, guys, what we mean by the offer rate, or just explain how we calculate it as a DAXs. So the offer rate was the total offer, where the offer the student gets or the member of the program gets, divided by the total submission. The interview rate is the same. It's divide is the total interview by or divide by the total submission. What we mean by the average interview we calculate as a DAXs by like divide the total interview by the total offers. There is a couple charts it's showing like interview rate by state and interview rate by region and job tag. So here the data sets. Like I said, that's what we come up, and this is what the difference between us between our dashboard and the Tableau one, because Ali, he fixed our problem. He allowed us to join the online database. We switched to online data, and we come up with this a great relationships, like as a snowflake schema data set. It shows like fact tables, two fact tables relating to too many dimension tables that explain what is the numerical numbers in the two fact tables. That was not easy to come up with this, but it took us like a long time to finally switch to the live data. As like here, as it's showing, it's like it's all connected, as it's showing here on the trouble that we occurred during the projects. We were working on the old data and took us a long time. Then we used the dummy data. Then we switched back to the live data. And this is how, and that's the technique provided by Ali with the long meeting with our team. That's the technique that's allowed us to get current data, to fix what we miss inside the tables, and we fix whatever we need. We need to show us in our dashboard and help us to deliver a meaningful dashboard. So on the chart, when we go to our dashboard, the charts were not like sorted as requirement as we created the new tables to sort the data. We have also remodeled the data modeling. A really small example here, we just grouped too many jobs. It's related. For example, we have like data like ETL, for example, as a job. We mix it with SQL. We have like DAXs job. We mix it with Power BI. We just group the data or group the job by the job name. So too many, like we have like we have like too many jobs, like it's belong to SQL, we make it with SQL. It's too many jobs belong to SSRS, we make it join the SSRS, so we can have exactly like the numbers has meaning and more understandable by anyone use our dashboard. So like I said before, I'm always wanna be positive, and like I said, like you see here, we have a positive insight and we have a positive rate, which is the offer rate. Now is in 2020, as everyone see in the group chat, like we see too many offers. So it jumped from a previous year, which is 2019. The goal, always when we calculate the goal, we get the goal is the previous year. We see green, we're gonna see on our dashboard, the green, it's like because it's 2018, because there is no previous year before the 2018. The previous year on the 2019, we see the goal was like 51. For 2020, we had too many offers. Either one, a verbal offer or written offer, we consider that is an offer. So it jumped to 65%, which is, it's really good. And we recommend, even the pandemic, guys, apply. You're gonna be the next. So of course, so not everything it's like was great on, it's not, it's in while we are digging in our data, but there is some negative insights. So the offer rates, it was decreased between 2018 and 19, which is now it's good. The average interview, even it's increased, which is going high, but we don't need more interviews without offers. So we need interviews, at least number of the interviews close to the number to offer. So we need people to get offer after each interview. That's our goal, and that's what's like the program need, and that's what like the idea was for. So now I will let my teammate Fifi to dig more about the data using our final dashboard. Go ahead, Fifi. Thank you so much for listening, guys.
Thank you, Nabil, for all the great introduction and all the insights from our dashboard. This is our final job referral dashboard. And as you see, we have the KPIs that he already explained, the average interview rate, offer rate, and interview rate. And also we have the cards for the total jobs, total interviews, submission, and offer. So that will give us a lot of insights for the dashboard. So the 4 visuals that we provided here, the first one, it shows us the interview rates and the offer rate month over month. So we can see what the interview rates and the offer rates are every month. And the next one is the interview rates and the offer rates by job tag. So that will show us all the jobs that Colaberry offer. For example, Power BI, SQL, Tableau, ETL, and all of them are there. So by clicking one of them, you can see exactly where the interview rates and the offer rates are. And the other visual we have is the interview rate by state. So this is a really great one. So by Colaberry in Dallas, we can see there is a lot of jobs in Dallas. That means that shows for us, it's gonna make it easier for all the people who's graduating or the people who's trying to get a job. By looking at the graph, you can see Tableau or ETL or whichever jobs you chose, which cities or which states they have what the number is. So it's gonna get easier once we start using this dashboard. And also there is the interview rate offer rate by region and states. So that's going to give us more insight. All the Power BI or the SQL, whichever job we chose, which state has the better chance of us to apply. So just for the example, this dashboard will tell you exactly when we do the Tableau. There is in the graph that goes from the light color to the darker, that shows which state actually has the higher interview rate, and vice versa. You can just click whichever job you want and it will show you exactly what the number and which state has a better chance for us to actually apply. So this is a really great insight for all of us. So once we finish this, it's going to help us to choose where we wanted to go or where we wanted to apply. So once we finish this, we had a little suggestion. As I said before, I can go back there and show you. The first suggestion is there is states that they don't have a job post location. So our suggestion is if there is if we can get more data for that, so we can see which states are the state that they don't have jobs. We can get more information for that. And the other suggestion we had is if we have the Colaberry in-house recruiters, so they can just dig more and just give us more insights, not only in Dallas but the other states too. That's all I have for now. If you have any question, and thank you. Yeah, if you have any question, we are here to answer your questions. Thank you.
All right, fantastic.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so we are gonna keep it moving. Next up is Chicago crime data. Chicago crime data. You are on the clock. Do we have another person on mute?
You hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. My name is Richard, and I'm here with my teammate Zara and Aurel. And we're going to take some of the time to present you the Chicago crime on the click tool. Next. So I'm going to give you a little bit of background on Chicago, which is the third largest city in terms of population in US, and it's about 2.9 million people living in Chicago. But Chicago have made the news a lot of time for a lot of violent crime going on there. Actually, Chicago is, the crime rate in Chicago is higher than the national average. And using the click tool, we going to build a dashboard focusing on the violent crime and the unsolved crime rate as our main KPI to give a good insight of what is going on in Chicago in terms of crime, so that any of you guys, if they plan to move in Chicago, they can have a good idea of where to go from, where to stay away from. Next. So this is an overview of our project. We're going to talk about the data model, the problem statement, the dashboard, the finding, association, and we're also going to take some questions. So our data dictionary, this is our data dictionary. It's actually give you a good description of all the fields that we have on our raw data and how they are collected. Next. So using the raw data, we build this dashboard, which is a star schema dashboard, star schema data model based on one fact table and three-dimensional tables. So you have a fact crime, you have a three-dimension location, community, and description. So now I'm going to pass on to my teammate Zara to talk to you guys about the problem statement.
Thank you, Richard, for that introduction. I'll talk about the problem statement. So from what we've gathered in this dashboard, we found out that 47% of the crimes that occur in Chicago are violent crimes. And when you live in Chicago, 1 out of 23 people become victims of violent crimes. And that 95% of the crime in Chicago is higher than 95% of cities that are within the state of Illinois. And that 80% of the crimes in Chicago go unsolved. So people get away with the crimes. And troubles that occurred while creating the dashboard were that when we try to divide the Chicago crime, the map by the district and the community area, we had problems because the data did not really support that. So we had to bring in a population CSV file. That's what we use to create the district. And then as you can see in that picture, you can see like the crimes are based on the district and the zip codes. And another issue that we had is since we were collecting, the data we had was from 2011 to present day. So that had an issue trying to load all that data into QuickSense. It was taking a lot of time. So what we did to overcome this was to start the dashboard from 2016 till present. And when finding the population and implementing, another problem was that finding the data for population and implementing the application. So like we said, we also had to bring in a different file for a zip code because that was not also included in the data that we had. And also another problem that we came across was that trying to find the correct set analysis for the calculations of the KPIs. So the 2 KPIs that we have is violent crime and the unsolved crime rate. So here's the KPI that we have. So with the violent crime rate, it is the what we did to get it was the total violent crime divided by the total overall crimes that occurred in Chicago. And with the unsolved crime, we got that by dividing the arrests that were not made by the total amount of crimes that occurred in Chicago. And here is a negative insight of our dashboard. So as you can see here, the negative insight that we have is that the violent crime rate is very high, and that even though it's bad all over Chicago, but the worst area that is affected is South Chicago, where 80% of the crimes that occur there go unsolved, and that it is 54% violent crime, which is higher than the average, which is 49%. And then 82% of the crimes that happen in South Chicago go unsolved. As you can see here, when I click on this, okay, I'll move on to the next slide. So here is the positive insight. And the positive insight that we found in our data is that in West Chicago, the amount of the number of it has the lowest violent crimes that occur in Chicago, and that 41% of the violent crimes that occur in West Chicago end up in an arrest, which is good than the which is better than the average. So next, I'll walk you guys through the dashboard and show you the functionality of the data that we have. So here you can see the reported crimes that occurred between 2016 until now is 1.16 million. You have the violent crime, you have the unsolved crime rate here, and we also created like a visual of the trend of the violent crime and the unsolved crime by the year. And here we have the top 5 violent crime, and then we have a map and a scatter plot diagram. So for example, if you wanted to see the crimes that occur in South Chicago, you just click on South, and it will send you straight to the locations. And here it will, you can see by the zip code, and it can tell you the amount of crime, the percentage of the violent crimes that occur there, and the rate of the unsolved crime rate. And with the insights that we saw, I'll just use the dashboard to explain the insights. You can see that Central Chicago is the least violent place in Chicago. So if you were planning to move to Chicago, Central Chicago might be an option for you. And even though it has a, and when you look at it, near South Side, near North Side is the list, is the place where the unsolved crime rate is less than the average, but it is still above the average violent crime in that area, which is not bad. And also from the dashboard, the scattered plot, you can see that West Chicago is below average for the violent crimes that occur, and also the unsolved crime rate is also above less than average. So when you click on the West Side, you can see that, okay, this zip code is a very good area to stay at. And when you click on it, it's going to show you the name of the place. So this is West Garfield Park. So that's this is the negative insight that we have. So this covers everything that I've already talked about. That West Chicago has the highest rate of solved crimes, but it also has the most reported violent crimes. And Central Chicago is least violent area, but is above average for the unsolved crime rate. And some of the areas that you need to reconsider moving to are Riverdale, Washington Park, Chicago Lawn, and West Pullman. That's all we have for you. Thank you for listening.
All right, any questions?
Yeah, I got questions. So my first question is, your crime rate, what is it rolling off of? Is it like yearly, monthly, weekly? That's the first question. Like, what is your crime rate? What's the time range for your crime rate? Also, what is the unsolved crime trend? In the sense that you say there's a lot of unsolved crimes. What is the trend? Is it going up or coming down? For instance, from 2019 to 2020, what's the difference between unsolved crime trend? And the last question is coming to violent crimes. I see you have 5 of them: battery, assault, other offenses, burglary, robbery. Are those like the top 5 crimes? And if they are, what is the trend of the top one? For instance, do you have like something showing me if battery is increasing or reducing yearly? Do you have any indicator for that, for your violent crimes? So those are my 3 questions. Thank you.
Okay, another functionality of our dashboard is that we can base it off the year. So for example, if you wanted to see if it was going up or the top 5 violent crimes, like you can see, okay, in 2018, you can see it's almost the same. And then like if I were to click on 2020, you'll see that, okay, it went down. Maybe that might be due to the coronavirus or something else, but it went down in 2020. And so you can base it off we have a slicer for the year, month, and even the day. So if you wanted to see, say 2019, okay, so this is 2019. And if you wanted to break it down some more, you can go to like a month, and it's going to show you, okay, in March, this is what happened in March. And if you want to break it, if you want to dive deeper and see even the day of the week that the crime occurred, you can even click on the day of the week, and it will show you, okay, on so-so day of the week, this is the trend of the crimes that occur. And also with this, the top 5 violent crime is only based on the top 5 violent crimes. We created an expression that was going to measure. We created an expression that only included some crimes as the violent crime. Like we classified the crimes based on the violent and non-violent crime. So this is only based on the violent crimes that occurred in Chicago. And okay, did I answer all of your questions?
Yeah, you pretty much did. Can you explain the KPI on the top left, the violent crime KPI? Is that like a combination of all the 5 crimes? Like, do you have something like a column where you marked one for each of those top 5 crimes? Or like, what is the basis for that violent crime KPI on the top left? Because I see a trend on it.
Yeah, the violent crime is not, well, okay, if you look at this chart down here, it shows top 5 violent crimes. So this is not the only violent crimes that occur in Chicago, but these are the top violent crimes. So with the violent crime, the data that we had, it included all types of crimes that occur in Chicago. Some are violent and some are not violent. So we created an expression to classify the crimes as violent or not violent. So if you look at the data manager, I hope that won't take a lot of time. But if you look at our data, we created a new column called violent crime based on the expressions that we have. So when you, okay, oh, never mind, I'm using the cloud, so the data is not there. But we created a column that's violent crime. So based on the expression, it calculates if the crime is like based on the codes that are in the expression, that's how it sees the crime as being violent or not violent. So if it's violent, it automatically turns to 1. And if it's not violent, it's 0. So this calculation is only based on the ones that are ones, which are true.
Thank you. Good job.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Awesome. Thank you. That was Chicago crime data. Next up is auto repair. Click. Auto repair. Click. You're on the clock.
Okay, I'm Richard. I'm still here with Zara Royal and Royal to present on our project auto repair on the click tool. And we know that the auto repair is a very competitive business where goals need to be set and tracked to make sure that to ensure the rentability of the business. So for this project, we track the goal of the revenue goal by tracking the gross profit margin, which is our first KPI. And also we had an operational goal by tracking the shop efficiency, which is our second KPI. So to give you an overview of the project, we're going to talk about the data model, the problem statement, the positive and negative insight, the dashboard, the finding, and the suggestion. I'll also take some questions if you guys have any. So this is the data model that we built out of the raw data. And it's a star schema. It's a star schema data model based on 1 fact table and 5-dimensional table. Next. So out of that, we came up with this data dictionary, which actually gives you a good description of all the field that was in the raw data and the association that we did. Like I say, it's a star schema association, which is a very good association or data model to use in the click tool. Next. So now I'm going to let my teammate Zara to talk about the problem statement.
Okay, thank you, Richard, for that introduction. I'll talk about the problem statement. So getting into a car accident is never a pleasant experience. And whenever there is any problems with the car, we run straight to the mechanic. I know, like for me, even if my check engine light comes on, I panic for no reason. And even when the tire light comes on, I go to the mechanic to help me pump it. So this dashboard, this dashboard points out that none of the states reached their target shop efficiency, reached their target shop efficiency, and only Nevada and Tennessee reached their target gross profit margin. So with this insightful dashboard, we hope to determine which shops they should focus on based on the gross profit margin and the shop efficiency, and provide the best quality for the customers. So here are the KPIs that we used with this dashboard. One of the KPI is gross profit margin, and the other one is the shop efficiency. So in order to get the gross profit margin, we have to take gross profit margin and divide it by the sales, then multiply it by 100. And the calculation for the gross profit margin is the subtracting the cost of goods sold from the revenue. And when it comes to the shop efficiency, we get this by taking the standard labor hours and then dividing it by the amount of time worked, then multiply that by 100. So like I said before, the positive insight is that Tennessee and Nevada were the only ones that reached their gross profit margin. And as you can see in the pictures below, you can see that Nevada had a gross profit margin of 12.83%, and Tennessee had a gross profit margin of 15.12%. So the negative insight is that none of the states reached their target shop efficiency, and Texas and Oklahoma did not even reach their gross profit margin. So I will let Aurel walk us through the dashboard.
Thank you, sir. So basically, this is our dashboard. We have like two main KPI here. We have like so the first one is based on the gross profit margin. So pretty much give us like how the shop is doing monthly. The second one is the shop efficiency. So that one keep track on how efficient the shop are while remaining profitable. And the chart in the bottom give us like a good indication on which shop and which location basically mode is doing good. So the red means that the shop efficiency, I mean, those shops are not doing a good job, so they are not efficient. And the yellow pretty much means that they are doing okay job. I'm gonna wait for it to reconnect. So pretty much, okay, so the green means that the shop located in that area are doing a pretty good job. And we have like the map, we display like the gross profit margin based on the location. And the scatter plot will give us like an overview of how the shop, the state, and the city are doing, you know, based on gross profit margin and shop efficiency. So this is what we have so far. But after our meeting with the business earlier this week, we need to, he basically, the business wanted, you know, to reshuffle the dashboard. So we're working on that. So this is what we have so far. But going forward, we're going to have like two main KPI, which is going to be based on the shop efficiency and the shop efficiency month over month. And we're going to have three charts going forward, which is going to be one based on the shop efficiency by month. The second one is going to be based on the shop efficiency by location. And the third one is going to be based on shop efficiency month over month. So this is just to give you an overview of what we have been able to accomplish so far. And going forward, if we haven't completed this project yet, we're gonna give you the overview on the new dashboard that we will have by then. Thank you, guys.
All right. That was auto repair click. Next up, retention. Next up, retention. You are on the clock.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
My name is Valentine. I'm here with my colleague who is highly skilled and talented, Mary. And here we're here to talk about retention rate. Mary, please, can you give me the second slide? First, what is retention rate? Retention rate is the percentage of, excuse me, let me move this out of the way. Retention rate is the percentage of a school's first year undergraduate students who continue at that school, the next year. For our company, Colaberry, this would be students who stayed from the beginning of the program to the end of the program. Mary, let's go. Now, why is the school's retention rate important? This retention rate measures how many students will stay or stay to the end of the program, and that indicates if this school is living up to its expectation they set when recruiting students. Problem statement. Over time, we know that the number of students who enrolled in a course drops when it gets to IPBC stage, thereby not having a good hands-on project before getting out there to be ambassadors of this great institution. Therefore, we are using this project to shine light on areas where students drop off most and find a solution to this. The organization problem statement, we are trying to find out where students drop off most in the program. Why is the graduation rate declining? What program is the highest student drop off rate? At this point, I would like Mary to take over and show you wonderful things we have prepared for you today.
Thank you very much, Valentine. This is Mary, and just as my colleague has explained earlier, what we're working on, I will just go ahead to dive in on what the KPIs indicator is. So on this project, we're actually having two KPIs that we're working on, and that which is the drop rate and the retention rate. So as you can see on my image, we want to know the total students that because the arrow actually indicates when a student when the red arrow is down, it shows that the total student should always the total number of students should always remain high, which indicates a good sign for the organization. Then in terms of the retention rate, the drop percent rate of the organization should remain low, which indicates that it is a good sign. I swept it a little bit. So that is in terms of the KPI. So then during this project, we encountered some problems, which was being able to create the DAX calculation. We had difficulty in doing that, but we were able to reach out with Ali and some other teams, and we derived on a good calculation to analyze the project. On my next slide, this is just the overview of the whole dashboard, just that showcase the different retention rates, the drop rate, and the different classes that Colaberry has. As you can see, this is the first intern that was able to use the badges that Colaberry awards the student to actually create this dashboard. I'm gonna navigate to my screen to actually show you how this works. As you can see, we actually use the badge that Colaberry offers to showcase the different classes that it offers. And clicking on any of this slides gives us what the drop rate is and the retention rate based on that particular class that Colaberry offer. As you can see on the data analysis, once I clicked on it, it gives me that we only have 26% drop rate and an 84% retention rate, which shows that Colaberry data analysis is actually one of the good classes, being in the right track with more retention rate retained. So in a situation, I want to actually know where the drops occur. I can toggle through this icon here, and it takes me to where the week by week dropout rates for each particular classes. And also, we also included some line charts to also show more visualization. By also clicking on this icon, it takes you to the last visualization we actually made to also showcase the retention rate using the line chart. Just one more second and it's gonna show up. So basically, this dashboard actually helps Colaberry to actually track, when which class is actually doing well in terms of having high retention rate, and also let them know when a particular class is, not doing well when the drop rate is high. So that's basically what this dashboard is all about. We're still working to put in more insight into it, but so far this is what we've come up with. And if you guys have any question, I'm here to answer. But before that, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna give, sorry, one second. I'm gonna give Valerie to, give some insight he's able to see on this.
Yeah, thank you, Mary. It's Valentine, not Valerie. Anyway, yeah. I'm talking about suggestions or solutions with what we gathered so far and what we're seeing on the projects we're working on. We are thinking that the best solution for the company is to, extend mentorship to new students. For instance, when I was, or when we were in the analytics class, we were in groups, right? And we were trying to help each other out. Now, sometimes most people are frustrated because 50% of the students didn't have IT background. So sometimes they get frustrated understanding SQL and other things, So after I got to this level, I have had people register for classes, and when they get frustrated, they call me. I put them through, especially when it comes to SQL. When they call me, some of them get frustrated, they want to drop out. And I'll be like, no, whenever you have question, call me, I'll put you through. If you don't understand what's being taught in class, call me, I'll put you through. So my suggestion is, if we can have like intern students be a mentor to new students, that will help them, carry them along, let them know that, hey, there is light at the end of the tunnel. Don't give up. I'm here. I made it up to here. You too can do that. So far, there's the little suggestions we have. And as we walk through this project, I guess we're going to dig out more. Thank you.
Thank you, Valentine. Thanks to your team. So a couple questions. So what do you visualize that would look like? I know that's asking you to dig deeper, but if that, in a perfect world where the mentors, where interns became mentors of new students, what does that look like in you guys' eyes?
Well, I would say it's going to look like a bigger brother, walking the streets with a younger one, just holding your hands and walking and making sure you get out of danger.
So would that be like required weekly engagements or bi-weekly engagements? And would that mean homework assistance? Would that mean, holding them accountable to staying in the gold or in the green? And would that be for new students in the data in the boot camp, or both? Talk to me some more about what you visualize that looking like.
Okay, I think it's gonna be more like homework based, like especially when they run into difficulty. You're not trying to help them do their homework, but you can show them, being that you've been through the class, and also it's going to mean more like a revision for you, and it's going to register more in your head the more you talk about it, right? Now, secondly, I've had friends who have like 2-3 kids. They are young. They're busy all day trying to help the kids, right? They barely have time to sit on the computer, and people who are in the same group with them kind of, move further than them. That is frustrating. So if you have somebody who can push you, and let help you to get to where others are, that would be encouraging as well.
Thank you for sharing. Anyone else with some insights?
Valentine, how can you get pushed if they're too busy with their kids? Like at some point, you gotta make the time for it, right? What is another person gonna do if you're still busy with your kids all day, every day?
I mean, if you have an assignment that might take you an hour to figure out because you don't know what you're doing, then if you have somebody who knows where to go and what to click to show you what to do, that would take a less time than an hour.
Okay, so it takes 30 minutes. Are you helped because of that situation? Or do you need to go through the pain to feel it? Do you need, because are you now handicapped now that the person's helped you through the assignment? What do you look like when it gets tougher in the next section? Do you automatically need help? And does that just keep on, does it help the problem or does it hurt it?
I mean, it's a suggestion. I think it's just encouraging the person to, move forward. You can do it. People have 5 kids. You have 2. You can do it. Schedule time. Maybe even, let's say you have I have an appointment with that person. Let's say we're going to meet 7:30 p.m. every Saturday. That's a.
So you think you're more motivation, not technical?
Oh, sorry, I didn't know I was on mute. I was stuck. I didn't know I was on mute. Yeah, I think, that's more like motivational, and to help push the person. You can schedule a time, be with the person, and walk the person through. Let that be the time the person have scheduled to, tackle the classes and have questions answered, questions she couldn't ask in the class, or maybe she didn't understand in the class.
What do your teammates think? Thank you for sharing. What do the rest of the people in your team think?
Mary, you have anything?
Yeah, I do think it's a good idea. It's, most times when we students, attend a class, you might not really grab everything at that very point. But once you have, someone that you can actually, on a normal day, just communicate and say, hey, you know what, I just finished this SQL and I have no clue of what, what I'm supposed to do, or I have a homework. I guess, it's gonna be more easier because, now you assign a particular slot time that, okay, this is just to answer the problems that I'm having in that particular class. And you know that you maintain this very person. It's just, it's just for you to guide you or to show you what to do to get this done. So I think it's a good idea if we could get, have like an intern or that is assigned to a particular student that is actually working on just strictly on solving problems, not really actually helping them do it, but actually guiding them or showing them where to go to get it more faster and get more results and keep pushing on.
Yeah, so see, our goal is basically not to handicap you, right? If we give you crutches, you are going to use the crutches. We don't want to do that. But it's an interesting problem. So we introduced this chat system, right? So where you can post stuff and ask the questions and get the answers and talk to each other and collaborate. What about that? Instead of like this one-on-one, you have like a group of people where you are actively participating, and everyone is like learning from each other, learning to how to ask questions and how others are asking questions, and do research and learn from each other. So that way, you're still you're still depending on yourself, but you also have a group to depend on.
That is also a good idea. So if we to go through that route of the chat, then I will suggest there should be a timely response, because if for example I have issues and I post it on the chat, I don't want to wait 2 days or 5 hours to get someone to answer me. It could, decrease my level of, trying to, keep the pace and keep moving on, because now I'm posting this question. At least in the next 10 or 15 minutes, I need someone to, guide me on the steps. So if the chat system is the next step that, that will be good, then they should implement a way that, the response rate should be fast to also help in the student and motivate the student to keep going.
So that's a really good point. I'll have a counterpoint for that, right? So the question that you're asking is to basically you're asking to someone who has already gone through, right?
Yes.
So that means the answers to these questions that you're asking must already be in the system, right? Again, if not today, by tomorrow, right? Basically it builds. So theoretically, if you have a question, you could just go and search, right? And the answers are already there. So it becomes like an intelligent system where all you need to do is just, yes, in the beginning, probably it's going to take some time. We have to consider how to respond to it faster. But once we start accumulating all the questions and answers to that, it's as simple as just going and doing a Google search, and you are doing your research on the answers that are already provided, and you become self-sufficient. If there are issues that are not covered already, you will get a response. I don't know, maybe 5 hours still. What do you think about that?
I think it's a good idea as well. And also, I think there is also issues that are outside Colaberry issues. Maybe the person is having some difficult time on his or her own, and needs just a little push to get that person going on. So I don't know how Colaberry gonna do it, but this is just a suggestion we're coming up, and we're giving these suggestions based on the experience we've had. I've had somebody call me and be like, "Hey, I'm about giving up." I'm like, "No." I have somebody who already dropped out because she couldn't keep up with the payments.
Yeah.
She lost her job. And
Valentin, we completely understand, but we always look for solutions that are scalable, right? So for example, when we started, I used to spend about 25 hours with each student on average, and overall we used to spend about 100 hours on average training people on how to present, training people how to do interviews, training people all that. Now we develop the technology where I don't have to do that, and literally hundreds and thousands of people benefit because of the technology and process, right? And now what you are suggesting is, okay, give a one-on-one mentor. It doesn't scale. Instead, if we are able to if we are able to communicate, participate in the chat system that we created, and put knowledge, answer questions, take extra time and answer these questions over a period of time, this is going to become like a knowledge repository where any question that you have probably already has an answer, right? And you are like talking to each other also, and it becomes scalable, and it's not one-on-one anymore. It's one-to-many. For every question, there are like many people who are willing to answer or probably already answered.
Okay.
Right? So, but I mean, this is a really good point. We are debating about it, and we are bringing this chat system, and we need, I mean, all interns, everybody who is presenting today, right, listening today, we want you to take that, I don't know, 10 minutes or 30 minutes of your time every single day, just participating in it, right? What we are, the recommendation that you gave, we are trying to automate it and make it scalable, right? So that a lot more people can benefit beyond your presence, right? Tomorrow you're going to get a job and move on, and maybe you don't have time, but your activity will be here, and the questions that you asked, the answers that you gave will persist and will be available for the people who are coming up next. So that's what we are aiming for, and we need you guys to participate, right? And benefit and do that little like give that few minutes or an hour a day, half an hour to an hour a day into this, so that we can continue to build that knowledge base.
All right, thank you.
I have a question regarding the chat. So, assuming we get lots of you guys to, every one of you guys to give back by contributing your knowledge and responding to the questions on the chat. Supposing I threw a different challenge at you. Supposing students don't use the chat, what would you suggest to motivate students, not to motivate students, but to get students in the habit of using the chat? I'm curious to hear what you guys think about that, because right now, I mean, they know about it and we want them to use it more. What's your take?
I would suggest, for you to have to force somebody or make somebody go through the chat, you have to, put something there that will attract them to go to the chat. For instance, let's say there are new students and their homework or their lab or their assignments is in the chat. That will make them go to the chat and pick up the assignment and submit. When they pick it up there, they know that, okay, they're already in that chat. They can ask questions and have it answered. That's what I just think right now. Just put something there that will take them there.
That's a great point, Ali. Looks like
yeah, that's a good point.
We need to post the instructions in the chat, like when the class is over, before the class, right? You are enabling the engagement. That's a really good point.
Yeah.
We got a recommendation, I think, from Michael. Oh, the chat rooms need to be incorporated on Basecamp mobile app. Well, that's a good point. We are actually working on putting together. I mean, Basecamp mobile app could become very challenging. What we are doing is we are putting together like a proper mobile app to enable this chat across the board within Colaberry. So that's in the works. But yeah, this is a really good point. Like we are posting stuff on chat. Any other suggestions?
Babatunde, Michael, everyone, say something.
One point suggestion I can give. So based on the conversation like you were giving, as a Colaberry student, what if if a student go to the chat, like you give him a mark, like for instance, if Valentine is given an answer in a chat, he will get points, and those points will give him promotions for going to the upper level of phases. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So Ali, somebody wants to clear the steps without doing the assignments. Just get point. Hey,
I think he's looking for a motivator. I think that's what.
Yeah, something that will push you get there. Go
No,
work for it.
I'm just making a joke. That's a good point. Yes, that's a good point.
Yeah, I think like Mary said, what makes a chat room effective is the response time, and attracting people to the chats is one thing. Getting people to respond to questions is another thing. So if the response time to the questions that people post there is improved, then people will use the chats more. Now, so I think the problem is, how do we get people to use the chats more, to respond to questions more on the chat?
So how do we do that? How do we make people respond faster? Obviously, one point is like one suggestion is to give the points to people.
Point system, yeah.
What else? Okay. Lucky winner of the month.
Well, it is also, he talked about the point system. We can use the point system. We can also use, like we have a lot of metrics on the app. We have a lot of metrics that tracks the login rates. We have metrics that track the assignments that we submitted. As part of the metrics, it could be that, okay, every intern should respond to 2 questions, 3 questions per week on the chat system. It could also be something to get people to go in there, look for the questions, because the people in the internship, they've gone through the boot camp. They have an understanding of most of the questions that the students will have at that point. So if it is part of the metrics, you say, okay, every week you should be able to respond to at least maybe 2 or 3 questions from the chat. Now, if that improves the response timing of the chat, then more people will know that if I post something in the chat room, I'm going to get an answer, and they will use it more.
Okay. So I guess, Juliet, one thing that we can think about is, can we give the responsibility of responding to a question to the interns faster?
That's precisely what I was thinking. And in fact, I wanted to, was that Babatunde who was responding?
Yeah.
I want to challenge you and Mary to this, and anyone else who wants to chime in. So how about, what do you feel about, yes, interns being responsible for responding, but put them on a calendar. So between this and this hour, like between 9 and 12, we've got these people in 12 to so and so, we've got these guys responding, and then use the tracking that we're talking about to track the engagement or the login rate. Then the incentive on the back end of that. What do you think about that? Do you have any input on putting a time to it, like putting our the money where the mouth is, if you will?
Yeah, I think that will work. That will work when you put people on a schedule. It's just going to be extra work of putting people on schedules every week, or maybe the same schedule every week. But I also think that how do we ensure that does not limit people that are not on that time schedule to participate? If you give me 12 to 2, then I look forward to 12 to 2 every day. But what if I have time on the other times that some people are scheduled? So we can look at that, but will that limit people from participating freely when they are not slotted to be on the chat?
That's a great point. So maybe have a fixed schedule, but then have and make it clear that everyone is open, is welcomed to participate at any time.
I like the idea. You guys know that in the internship dashboard, your activity, I still need one more activity to fill that score up, right? So you guys just help me figure out what that last activity is commenting on message boards. So that will next week. That will be added next week. We'll put that in there. I'll make sure all the interns have access to the class groups. And as y'all see the questions come in, you just come and answer. And it'll help you out as well, and it'll increase your knowledge as you're going through. So awesome. I'll incorporate that.
So apart from it increasing our knowledge, is it gonna go towards we completing out and getting our badge quickly? Is it gonna help us towards that? Like, apart from it giving us additional knowledge, is it gonna help us in get our badge quickly? Like a matrix that.
Well, if you answer 10 questions.
Oh, great.
Now they are negotiating.
I'll give you a free month. For your IPBC.
Oh.
I have a suggestion too. I was gonna say that if they want to get the interns to kind of train incoming students and how to get them to come to the chat, that is probably going to take two things. The first is the chat needs to be more dynamic. I don't want to have to check an email to read a message from a chat. Like it just takes away the chattiness of it. Like it needs to speedily be on a mobile platform, because everyone is on a mobile platform because it's a chat. And then the second one is, if there can be a reward system whereby if, let's say, after each presentation, the top 10 best presenters are announced on the chat system, and then there's an avenue for incoming students or new students to be able to reach out to them and get questions, and then maybe have a setup schedule, maybe Saturdays from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. or something. You just meet up with your intern mentor, and whoever has been an intern mentor up to 5 times gets maybe an intern mentorship badge from Colaberry. That is going to be a really motivating.
Oh, I knew there was something coming.
Right.
There was something coming.
Yep.
Okay. Internship mentor badge. Okay.
Yep. That's gonna increase your profile.
Okay. You answer 100 questions, you get a badge. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, we gotta get some prize. That's the point.
Ali, I think I just got some endorsements from the from the interns about the badge situation. Love it.
Okay.
I see some messages on the chat. Interesting proposal for scheduling interns to respond.
We'll give a star.
Star is not gonna help us get a job out there.
How about, we only heard from Mary. Where are the ladies in the house? Ladies, fed some.
Oh, actually, we were 4 in this project, and fortunately, 2 of us already got placed. So it's just left me and
Wonderful.
Mary. Yeah.
Yeah, but I see lots of. I'm talking about the people in the group right now. Sophia,
Okay.
Padmaja,
We still have 2 more presentations, guys. We still have 2 more presentations.
All right, send your ideas to support at Colaberry and address them to Juliet. Thank you, guys.
Scoping out the data model. You guys are on the clock. Ron, these next 2 are Columinate. Is somebody on mute?
Good evening, everyone. Sorry, I didn't know I was on mute. My name is Babatunde Banjo, and I'm working with Manuel Musciano on this project. It's an ETL data warehouse project. The title of the project is Scoping Out the Data Model, and it is part of the Culminate project. In the course of my presentation, this is the outline of my presentation. I'll talk about the background and objectives of the project, the research that we conducted, the industry KPIs that we were provided with by the clients, and also what we've done so far, the challenges we're facing, and how do we move forward from where we are. The background of the project, the Culminate is a firm that is working with a huge retail company, and all the data that we're using working on for the project comes from the website of the retail company. And for online retail businesses, which is e-commerce, one of the main challenges of this business is the overwhelming amount of data that the companies receive. They generate a lot of data, and most of these companies struggle with which figures to track and which figures to measure. Another challenge that the online retail businesses face is that sometimes they understand what figures to track, they understand what figures to measure, but the challenge of translating those figures into results, it's a big challenge. But for these clients, they've been able to identify the specific KPIs that they want to track, the specific industry KPIs that they want to measure, and they provided us with those information. So the objective of our project is to be able to do a gap analysis and identify which particular columns on which table that we can find the data that we need to put up each of these KPIs. And ultimately, our goal is to be able to build a data model to enhance the retrieval of data for analysis of the client's business. In total, we have 5 categories for the KPIs, and we have 18 KPIs in total. This is like a screenshot from the KPI document that we got from the client. The first category is the customer category, and in that we have 6 KPIs. We have the next best product recommendation. We have the customer lifecycle, best next action, and also and the other ones that we have. We have RFM. RFM means recency, frequency, and monetary value. It is one of the industry KPIs that is used in the e-commerce business to be able to identify and profile customers. You want to see how often they buy products from you. What is that is when was the last time they bought products, which is the recency. Frequency is how often do they buy product from you, and the monetary value is even when they buy product from you, what is the value? What is the wallet share that you're able to get from them? Then the other parts of the KPIs, the other categories, we have the products, we have the campaign, we have the ad media, and the last one, which is the funnel split test. And each of these have these KPIs as you can see them here. For the funnel split, it was interesting for us because we did a lot of research on that, and we found out that, of course, for the customers, the clients, they did some split testing, and of course, I didn't know what split testing was before now, but we read on it and we were able to. We did a lot of research on all of this, and interestingly, the customer also provided us with how this